Communities face mounting water scarcity. Ecosystems are pushed to their limits, and the systems we have built to manage our environment are struggling to keep pace with the scale and speed of change. Accelerating progress in water and environment management demands that we harness the full power of science, technology, and innovation not as distant ideals, but as practical tools deployed today in communities, institutions, and decision-making rooms around the world. The world is entering an era where artificial intelligence can predict drought cycles before they strike, where big data can monitor aging infrastructure in real time, and where digital platforms can connect a water manager in Kampala to a hydrologist in Amsterdam instantly. New water purification and desalination technologies are making clean water accessible in places once considered unreachable. However, technology must be paired with human capacity, trained professionals, empowered institutions, and communities equipped with the knowledge to use these innovations effectively. It must be driven by strategic partnerships that bridge the public and private sectors, academia, and civil society. The global community has made its commitments clear. SDG 6 calls for clean water and sanitation for all. SDG 13 demands urgent action on climate change. SDG 14 insists we protect life below water. These are not aspirations, but obligations requiring a deliberate shift from dialogue to delivery and from strategy to scale. This year's event, held under the theme Water and Environment for an Inclusive and Prosperous Uganda, also features 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is investment in science, technology, innovation, and capacity building to enhance progress in water and environment management and development. This sub-theme will, among other things, focus on how science, technology, and innovation, especially digital solutions, can transform the management and development of water and environmental resources, support adaptation to and mitigation of the impacts of climate change, and ensure inclusive and prosperous growth. It will further explore how to strengthen individuals, organizations, and institutions to innovate and leverage science, technology, and innovation. It will also explore the use of spatial data and remote sensing as innovative solutions in resource management, as well as the benefits of investing in early warning systems as tools to mitigate floods and droughts in the country. Across the world, climate change is reshaping the way water moves and the way it disappears. Communities face mounting water scarcity. Ecosystems are pushed to their limits, and the systems we have built to manage our environment are struggling to keep pace with the scale and speed of change. Accelerating progress in water and environment management demands that we harness the full power of science, technology, and innovation not as distant ideals, but as practical tools deployed today in communities, institutions, and decision-making rooms around the world. The world is entering an era where artificial intelligence can predict drought cycles before they strike, where big data can monitor aging infrastructure in real time, and where digital platforms can connect a water manager in Kampala to a hydrologist in Amsterdam instantly. New water purification and desalination technologies are making clean water accessible in places once considered unreachable. However, technology must be paired with human capacity, trained professionals, empowered institutions, and communities equipped with the knowledge to use these innovations effectively. It must be driven by strategic partnerships that bridge the public and private sectors, academia, and civil society. The global community has made its commitments clear. SDG 6 calls for clean water and sanitation for all. SDG 13 demands urgent action on climate change. SDG 14 insists we protect life below water. These are not aspirations, but obligations requiring a deliberate shift from dialogue to delivery and from strategy to scale. This year's event, held under the theme Water and Environment for an Inclusive and Prosperous Uganda, also features 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is investment in science, technology, innovation and capacity building to enhance progress farming systems resilient to a changing climate. Through investments in water harvesting, watershed restoration and climate-smart agriculture, Uganda can feed its population, supply its industries and expand exports of value-added products to global market. The roar of Murchison Falls, the mist-covered peaks of the Rwenzori Mountains, the tranquil waters of Lake Bunyoni. These are more than natural wonders. They are economic engines supporting livelihoods and communities across the country. Protecting ecosystems, reducing pollution, and restoring degraded landscapes is therefore an investment in Uganda's tourism dividend and long-term prosperity. Uganda's mineral wealth, including oil reserves within the Albertine Rift, presents a historic opportunity. But extraction without environmental stewardship risks consequences that can endure for generations. Responsible development, guided by strong environmental safeguards, water resource protection, and community resilience, ensures these resources become a lasting legacy rather than a liability. This year's event, running under the theme Water and Environment for an inclusive and prosperous Uganda, also has 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is the role of water and environment in achieving Uganda's 10-fold growth strategy. This sub-theme will, among other things, create a platform for dialogue on how water and environmental resource development and management, as well as climate change mitigation and adaptation, can support the achievement of Uganda's 10-fold economic growth through agro-industrial development, tourism development, mineral-based development, including oil and gas and science, technology, ICT and innovation. The conversation begins now. Uganda is naturally abundant, blessed with water and rich green landscapes sustained by ancient rivers. These resources are at the heart of socio-economic transformation, supporting agriculture, energy production, industry and human well-being. However, the widespread degradation of these natural resources, such as wetlands, forests, land, water, and the environment, has contributed to climate change, seriously impacting public health and agricultural productivity.
Climate change remains a major challenge due to the adverse effects caused by extreme weather patterns, especially floods, landslides, and a drought, affecting different parts of the country.
Recognizing this vital connection, the Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Water Resources Institute, established a unique national platform that brings together policymakers, the private sector, academia, scientists, religious institutions, cultural institutions, and civil society to explore opportunities for bridging the gap between policy, research, and on-the-ground implementation. That platform is Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk.
The Uganda Water and Environment Week is linked to Uganda's National Development Strategy, achievement of middle-income status through the Vision 2040 and the SDGs.
Uwewk is actually a creation of the policy of the water and environment, because the ministry's policy is centered around a number of areas. One of them, of course, is the management of water as a resource, the conservation of that resource for now and for future generation to come, but also to rationalize its utilization by everybody who is involved in this process, which is virtually everybody, because water is needed by everybody. So it fits in with our policy, and the event actually focuses on practical solutions that can be used to protect this resource, that can be used to share this resource for the benefit of all, and also to create awareness, create advocacy, and bring more people to appreciate and invest in water as a public good through their various social responsibilities.
Since its inception in 2018, the event has evolved from a small national gathering into a major internationally recognized platform within 8 years. Key indicators of growth include main event attendance rising from 350 to over 3,000, regional participation increasing from 0 to more than 14,000, and international delegates expanding from 3 to 96. Paper presentations peaked at 138 in 2024, before settling at 90 in 2025, while exhibitors grew from 30 to 78. Pre-event activities increased from none to 12, and partner and sponsor engagement grew over 5-fold, from 12 to 62.
We have over 60 partner organizations that are working with us, but we know everybody has a role to contribute. The people on the ground are contributing. So the Water and Environment Week is an opportunity to strengthen our action, to bring collaboration and partnerships to bear, so that we can deliver this country out of the challenges we are faced with. Some of the challenges are beyond us, but we believe that once we come together, we'll address them.
We have committed ourselves in this regard to protect the environment and natural resources, and we are obliged to comply.
With every gathering, collaboration deepened, unlocking new financing opportunities and joint programs supporting sustainable water management and environmental protection.
250 million euros in the environment sector has recently reported by the development partners of both the water and sanitation and also the environment partners working group. This clearly demonstrates the European Union's commitment to the sector, and we're certain that together as partners, through partners, we can make not only a contribution, we can make a meaningful contribution.
Specifically, I would like to commend Uganda Breweries for committing Uganda shillings 1 billion cash contribution. Thank you so much, Uganda Breweries.
In 2020, however, as the COVID-19 pandemic brought global events and human interaction to a halt, Uganda Water and Environment Week swiftly pivoted to a fully virtual format, breaking physical barriers and reaching a wider audience than ever before. Building on this experience, subsequent events adopted a permanent hybrid model, combining physical interaction with global digital participation. The hybrid model increased accessibility, inclusion, and knowledge exchange across borders. 8 years later, Uwewk now stands as a catalyst for collaboration, innovation, and sustainable growth.
When we started in 2018, it was a small event, but now it is a huge event that attracts also participants from outside Uganda. And within the country, we have seen also a lot of interest and participation. In all our regional offices in the country, whether you take Karamoja, go to Lira, you go to Wakiso, go to Fort Portal, everybody is excited about it, and they're actually participating voluntarily. That is the community. So we are seeing that I think the awareness is building up, which is positive and great for us, so that they now appreciate that this thing we call water, or the things we see like swamps and wetlands, swamps and forests, they actually are the ones responsible for our existence and we need to conserve them for our development. And we would be more comfortable when everybody in the country appreciates that and respects actually these resources and utilize them sustainably.
The week-long event is preceded by a number of pre-event activities, such as the famous Walk for Water, Environment and Climate Change. This year's event, that covered a distance of 560 kilometers, kicked off from Moroto on the 2nd of March to Kampala at the ministry headquarters in Luzira on the 20th of March via 12 other districts. Other pre-event activities include marathons, radio talk shows, football matches, clean-up exercises, tree planting, youth school debates, and the Climate Change Uganda Beauty Pageant. Accompanying this is an exhibition that runs alongside the main event. During the exhibition, various sector stakeholders showcase products, new innovations and technologies related to water and environmental management. Against this background, this year's edition, the 9th of its kind, will, among others, prioritize the integration of Uganda's sectoral plans with international agendas such as Agenda 21, Africa Agenda 2063, the Water Action Decade, Agenda 2030, and the Global Agenda for Environmental Conservation, among others. It will also seek to contribute to the achievement of Uganda's domestic tenfold growth strategy. For generations, nature has been the silent architect of Uganda's survival, nourishing its people, powering its economy, and sustaining its rich biodiversity. Today, Uganda stands at a turning point. a bold vision is emerging: the tenfold growth strategy. At the heart of this transformation lies a powerful nexus: water, environment, energy, and food, deeply interconnected systems that sustain life and drive development. The water that irrigates our fields also powers our turbines. The wetlands that filter our rivers strengthen climate resilience. The forests that regulate rainfall protect ecosystems and shelter biodiversity that draws the world to Uganda. Uganda's agricultural potential is immense, yet unlocking it requires reliable water for irrigation, healthy soils, and farming systems resilient to a changing climate. Through investments in water harvesting, watershed restoration, and climate-smart agriculture, Uganda can feed its population, supply its industries, and expand exports of value-added products to global market. The roar of Murchison Falls, the mist-covered peaks of the Rwenzori Mountains, the tranquil waters of Lake Bunyoni. These are more than natural wonders. They are economic engines supporting livelihoods and communities across the country. Protecting ecosystems, reducing pollution, and restoring degraded landscapes is therefore an investment in Uganda's tourism dividend and long-term prosperity. Uganda's mineral wealth, including oil reserves within the Albertine Rift, presents a historic opportunity, but extraction without environmental stewardship risks consequences that can endure for generations. Responsible development, guided by strong environmental safeguards, water resource protection, and community resilience, ensures these resources become a lasting legacy rather than a liability. This year's event, running under the theme Water and Environment for an inclusive and prosperous Uganda, also has 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is the role of water and environment in achieving Uganda's tenfold growth strategy. This sub-theme will, among other things, create a platform for dialogue on how water and environmental resource development and management, as well as climate change mitigation and adaptation, can support the achievement of Uganda's tenfold economic growth through agro-industrial development, tourism development, mineral-based development, including oil and gas, and science, technology, ICT, and innovation. The conversation begins now. Uganda is naturally abundant, blessed with water and rich green landscapes sustained by ancient rivers. These resources are at the heart of socio-economic transformation, supporting agriculture, energy production, industry, and human well-being. However, the widespread degradation of these natural resources, such as wetlands, forests, land, water, and the environment, has contributed to climate change, seriously impacting public health
Good morning,
and
ladies and
agricultural
gentlemen.
productivity.
Climate change remains
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen.
due to the adverse effects caused
Yeah.
by extreme weather.
I take the
patterns,
opportunity to welcome you to the
especially
third day
floods,
of
landslides,
the Water and Environment
and the drought.
Week
affecting
2026.
different parts of the country.
My name is Engineer Dominic
Recognizing
Banaga
this vital
Muchunguzi.
connection,
I'm an Assistant
the Ministry
Commissioner
of
Water
Water
Resources
and
Planning and
Environment,
Management,
through the Water Resources
and I will be introducing
Institute,
today's
established
session
a unique
to
national
you. As we start, let's put our day into God's hands. On this note, I invite Madam Carol Nakaryango to lead us into prayer.
Let us pray. Father in heaven, we thank you for this day. We thank you that despite the weather, we've been able to make it here. We commit the deliberations of the day into your hands. We pray for guidance and wisdom and understanding to be able to translate these discussions, these conversations into actual activities that will lead to the betterment of our nation and our people. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen.
Thank you so much for the prayer. I once again welcome you to today's session, and apologies for the late start. I think the weather has not been conducive. There is a little bit of jam in the city. Nonetheless, we are set to start. In today's dialogue, we shall center on a theme 2 of the Water and Environment Week, which is investment in science, technology, innovation, and capacity building in enhancing progress in water and environmental management and development. We have a big panel of experts that are going to take us through that. And we are also privileged to have moderators who are very experienced and will give us insights and really the discussion of today. The first moderator is Engineer Gilbert Kimanzi, who is the Commissioner, Water for Production, Minister of Water and Environment. And he will be working with Dr. Rosemita Birungi, who works with Africa-wide Agriculture Extension and Advisory Services, IS. She will be joining us shortly. Now allow me to invite Engineer Gilbert Kimanzi take us through the next phase of the session. Engineer Gilbert, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much, Dominic. Fellow participants, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting a bit late, but I hope we'll catch up. We have an interesting discussion as introduced to you by Dominic, investing in science, technology, innovation, and capacity building to enhance progress in water and environment management and development. We tend to do things, you know, when you're an implementer, when you're a practitioner, you do things conventionally. Very rarely do you set aside time to innovate or question the approaches that you are using, or try to do things even more efficiently. So today we have an interesting discussion. We've lost 49 minutes already, and we're supposed to stop by 11:15 max, I have been told. So we have a short video about innovation, science and technology, and thereafter I'll invite Dr. Kathy Il-Cole Mbide, the director of Makerere University Innovations Hub, to give us a keynote presentation. And after that, I'll invite the panelists. And I just want to caution you, whomever I invite, that don't start by saying, thank you very much for organizing this conference, this. We had an opening session, so we took care of that. Just go straight to the point, okay? Go straight to the point. So, the one who is organizing the technology, can you please go to the short video, and then we proceed. Thank you very much.
Across the world, climate change is reshaping the way water moves and the way it disappears. Communities face mounting water scarcity. Ecosystems are pushed to their limits, and the systems we have built to manage our environment are struggling to keep pace with the scale and speed of change. Accelerating progress in water and environment management demands that we harness the full power of science, technology, and innovation not as distant ideals, but as practical tools deployed today in communities, institutions, and decision-making rooms around the world. The world is entering an era where artificial intelligence can predict drought cycles before they strike, where big data can monitor aging infrastructure in real time, and where digital platforms can connect a water manager in Kampala to a hydrologist in Amsterdam instantly. New water purification and desalination technologies are making clean water accessible in places once considered unreachable. However, technology must be paired with human capacity, trained professionals, empowered institutions, and communities equipped with the knowledge to use these innovations effectively. It must be driven by strategic partnerships that bridge the public and private sectors, academia, and civil society. The global community has made its commitments clear. SDG 6 calls for clean water and sanitation for all. SDG 13 demands urgent action on climate change. SDG 14 insists we protect life below water. These are not aspirations, but obligations requiring a deliberate shift from dialogue to delivery and from strategy to scale. This year's event, held under the theme Water and Environment for an Inclusive and Prosperous Uganda, also features 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is investment in science, technology, innovation, and capacity building to enhance progress in water and environment management and development. This sub-theme will, among other things, focus on how science, technology, and innovation, especially digital solutions, can transform the management and development of water and environmental resources, support adaptation to and mitigation of the impacts of climate change, and ensure inclusive and prosperous growth. It will further explore how to strengthen individuals, organizations, and institutions to innovate and leverage science, technology, and innovation. It will also explore the use of spatial data and remote sensing as innovative solutions in resource management, as well as the benefits of investing in early warning systems as tools to mitigate floods and droughts in the country.
Thank you very much for that short video. Can I invite our day's keynote speaker, Dr. Kathy Ilkol-Mbidi, the director of Makerere University Innovations Hub, to come and give us some insights into this topic. Kathy is a manager at Makerere University Technology and Innovation Center, state-of-the-art innovation pod for 10 multidisciplinary maker spaces that nurture innovation for industrialization. She's a lecturer and researcher, marketing and entrepreneurship at Makerere University. Kathy is a co-director at the Africa Research Network, University of York in the UK, where she builds collaborations between researchers. She has over 15 years experience in teaching, consulting, mentoring and coaching in marketing, enterprise development, intellectual property management, business modeling, innovation, and commercialization. She's a certified international labor organization trainer on the Start and Improve Your Business and Gender Entrepreneurship together programs. Kathy, are you here? I thought the applause would be louder than that. We very rarely get ladies of this caliber in this area. So we are very honored to have you, Kathy, join us. Now that because she's a lady and a very powerful one, I will not limit her time. Can you load Kathy's presentation? You have to say next, I think. Can you load the presentation? Yeah. You can present from here, and you just tell the guy to move to the next slide, and you can focus there.
Okay.
Yeah. Because your slides will be coming down.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, thank you, engineer, at least for organizing. We don't want to leave that out. Yeah, my name is Kathy Ikirol Mbide. The manager currently, just to clear that. It started off as an innovation hub, but today it's Makerere University Technology and Innovation Center. The conversation we are going to have, or we'd like to address today, is focusing on investment in science, technology, innovation, and capacity building. Focusing on how to build and enhance water and environment, purposely for management aspects. How do we develop this within the entire ecosystem? So today I would really want to focus on or address a number of few issues to align our conversation. What is science, technology, and innovation? That is one key thing we need to unpack, because you'll find that everyone is talking. The question is, what are we doing, or what needs to be done? Then the role of science, technology, and capacity building with focus on water and environment. How do they align? What do we anticipate to get at the end of this roadmap? Then the key term that drives what we are going to be talking about today is investment. What should be invested? What are some of these investment vehicles? How do we strengthen investment in science, in technology, in innovation, and capacity building? Okay, so how do these align? How do these drive? And how do these influence or impact on water and environmental management? The other aspect that will be driving our conversation are the challenges. Yeah, it's good to talk about the evolution, the current scenarios, the future in science and technology, but the question is it a bed of roses? What needs to be done? What should we be aware of that may impede this journey that we are going to be undertaking? Then at the end, what we want to see, what impact, what kind of world would we want to see at the end of the day? So science, technology, and innovation, what is it? I felt we need to unpack these three words for a better way on how to be able to come up with implementable and acceptable solutions within water and environment that we are able to manage and see their development. Everyone is talking about STI, but what is science? Science is basically the knowledge generation. So what are we doing to generate knowledge? Who is supposed to be in charge of the knowledge generation? Okay, where we want to head to? We are talking about water. How much knowledge do we have about water? How much knowledge do we have about environment? What do we want to generate? Then, on the other hand, technology is applying. How are we applying this knowledge? Systems, structures, processes is technology. Are they water related, environmental related? From the humanities perspective, we are talking about the tech. So where is the application of the knowledge that we have generated in terms of managing the water resources, in terms of managing the environment that we aspire to live in a happy space? Then the aspect of innovation. Today everyone is innovating. What is an innovation? An innovation is a solution. It's not something that one walks away with and says, yes, I have an innovation. Is it working for our society? In terms of water, in terms of environment. We have come up with all these very, new technologies, and everyone is so proud of the discovery. But is it an innovation? Is it working for the last mile? Is it working for the farmers? Is it working for the women? Is it working for the poor? If it is not, if they've not accepted it, it ceases to be an innovation. Now that's what we want to look at, because if it doesn't work, then we have to go back to the drawing board and re-engineer the science. Come up with appropriate technologies, processes, and systems that will work for the community. So today that is what we want to focus on. Where are we investing in terms of the science, in terms of the knowledge? Where should we invest in terms of the technologies, the application? How do we apply? How do we become part of the application, not users of the application? How do we ensure that these innovations are solving societal problems to be able to improve the livelihoods of individuals in our communities? Now, in terms of the interventions, why should we even be talking about investing in science technology? It's quite important and pertinent that this is quite valid and a crucial discussion that we want to focus on. But why? Why should we be here discussing investment in STI for water and environmental management? One of the key aspects and reasons as to why we should be excited to have a conversation is sustainable development. If we invest in science technology on how to manage the water resources, on how to manage the environment, then this is going to get us to our sustainable dreams in terms of the economic aspects, in terms of the social environment, in terms of the environmental aspects. So that is one critical aspect or reason as to why we should have this conversation. Where do we want to go? The kind of country we aspire, the Vision 2040, how shall we get there? the Africa we want to see in 2063. We must ensure that these resources, our environment, is sustainable. So it is worth the investment. It's worth us talking about this conversation. Economic growth. If we want to aspire, if we want to grow our economy, now the focus is on the 10-fold growth strategy. We are aspiring to achieve $500 billion US. That's where the country aspires to be. It's worth it for us to have a conversation, to invest in STI, to ensure that we manage our water resources, to manage our environment. Because this will be one of the impediments if we do not invest right. So it is worth it having this conversation to be able to achieve our economic growth and development. Our country aspires to industrialize. Or how do we transform the different industries, the different productivity sectors? If we are going to transform, then it is worth the investment in science, in technology, on how to manage our water and environmental resources. It becomes very, very critical for us to have this conversation. In addition to that, today, the global challenges are complex, are evolving, very dynamic, unpredictable. So we can't sit back and say we have arrived. We cannot. The challenges are emerging, very complicated. It drives us to have a conversation. How do we even predict what will happen 40 years from now? What do we learn from the past? We need to invest. There is need to invest. Do we have enough water resources? Our population is growing, 50 million Ugandans. Do we have enough water resources? The population growth is going to constrain the environment. What do? We must make some investments in these resources because the environment is unpredictable. The global aspects, the climatic issues, we don't know what is going to happen. But how do we invest in the knowledge, in the scientific knowledge, to help us understand the dynamics that are likely to happen in the near future? It becomes very, very important for us to have this conversation. Now, when we talk about investment in science, in technology, the question is, who should be concerned? Who should be concerned about this investment? I think all of us should be part of the conversation. Who should be concerned? Government or governments become very critical in investment. What is government going to invest in terms of science, technology? Private sector, very critical in terms of innovations, in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the technology. The communities, it is all our responsibility. We are investing time, we're investing resources, we're investing knowledge. The community becomes very important. How do we protect our water resources? It's an investment. How do we nurture the environment for tomorrow's generation? We must all be part of this. The development partners at the different levels, in terms of ideation, in terms of the science, in terms of the technology, in terms of how do we even assess the future? So all of us are part of this conversation and journey. Now, what are some of those investment vehicles? It's also very important as we go into science, technology, and innovations within the water and management ecosystem. What should we be talking about? Where are some of these resources? We want to have a sustainable economy, environment, the future, what does it look like? But where are we going to source these resources from? We could have could look at two basic aspects: the public investments or sourcing of investments, and the private or blended kind of sourcing. The government funds could be very, very important as one of the vehicles for investing in science, the knowledge generation, for investing in the technology. Okay, how do we ensure that, yes, the technology we are applying, we have actually developed. We are not using technology we have bought, but we are part of the technological development. We have exchange traded funds in terms of water, or this could be carbon traded kind of sourcing for investments. These are applicable at all the different levels. We want to generate knowledge, new kind of information. How could this be part of the sourcing for investment? Water utilities and infrastructure stocks. This is also another key public drive or vehicle for sourcing for funding for investment within these utilities that are mega in terms of the technology aspect specifically, but how do we generate knowledge on how to build this sustainable water resource that can power an entire community or village? Okay, then the industrial technology. Government could lead on this, but then how do we also have the private sector come on board? We have trusts, on the other hand, as sourcing for funding for investment, but with different stakeholders coming into play. It could be the private sector, development partners, in a consortium to see what investments, at what level. Should we look at science generation or knowledge generation? Could we look at the technological aspects in terms of investment? So this could be one, a vehicle. Private equity, we have the private sector coming in to invest in science from the academic aspect or angle in terms of knowledge generation, technology application, production, industries developing. So this is quite critical. The venture capitalists, very particular on which ventures to invest. Not basically at the science level, but technological and innovation aspect. There are those key drives, key measures, key aspects that they would really be interested in, and that could be of interest for us to source and look out for. We have the public-private partnerships at different levels. Yes, it could be at the level of science or technology or innovations in terms of this. Then the bonds could also be an investment vehicle that we could really resonate with. Then results-based financing are quite looking at what do we anticipate out of a specific investment vehicle at any of those three levels in terms of managing water resources, maybe environmental resources. Then we have the impact investment. What is likely to be obtained out of this either science or tech that we want to see, or innovation, and how will it impact on our society or community? Then we have the tax subsidies, could be another way of sourcing for investment at any of these levels, which could be an interesting conversation. And then climate adaptation projects or ideas where different investment opportunities could arise to see what do we want to nurture. Is it an idea? Is it evolvement of a project? Is it a consortium? But in what kind of aspect? Is it environmental? And how does it impact on our water resources? While investing, it's also critical to look at some of the areas. If we are going to invest in science, technology, and innovation, the question is, where should these investments focus? One of the areas to focus on is the human resource development. I think it is one of the biggest challenges. We cannot talk about sustainable development. We can't talk about economic growth if we don't have the right skill set, if we have not nurtured the right human capital to drive the innovation. What does the past look like? What does the present look like? Who is going to manage these resources? If communities are not informed, if they are not aware, they are going to misuse the resources in the environment. So human resource development becomes very critical. So there is need to build a human resource base. We want to see innovations, but where is the skill set in software, in engineering? We want to see technological developments, but who has the right skill set at the different levels to nurture these innovations? It's a very big question. Now, without this skill set, without the competences, without the human resource, we may be missing the future, because we shall not be able to manage the water resources, we shall not be able to maintain the developments, we shall not be able to nurture or re-engineer what has been developed. Another key aspect of where investment needs to focus is the infrastructure strengthening. Building infrastructure to manage water and environmental resources effectively. The infrastructure focuses on the tech, but we shall go back to the science. Do we have the right skill set to develop the infrastructure? Not to use, because we have imported all the different systems put in place. I think that is not an interesting conversation. But do we have the right skill set to develop the infrastructure? In terms of collaborations with either universities, research institutions, knowledge-based incubation hubs, what is their role? So infrastructure development becomes very critical. Research and development. Where do we want to go? What do we want to see? Research must be very important in what we do. We want to understand what the nature of our water resources and what is likely to happen. How much scientific knowledge or research do we have to protect, to manage? Okay? How much of this research has been transformed into development? Okay? Or we have a lot of the research published, and we, in the video they said the publications have increased from the previous. I'd want to ask a question. What happened to the findings in the publications? It's very good to talk about 100 publications, but then so what? Have we turned around the community? No, research becomes irrelevant if we are not implementing those recommendations. It would be good to see the research publications from this conference. In the next conference, we should be talking about how the recommendations in those have transformed from research papers to innovations. Then we can align science, technology, and innovations. We need to be able to transform from research to development, seeing the products, the results from the research output. How do we implement them? The communities are waiting for us. The societies are waiting to develop. But then, what has been our role? Then lastly are the strategic partnerships. Okay? It will be very important that during the investment, it may not be easy or it may be complicated for government to undertake all these projects, but the role of development partners, international, regional, or local private sector, developing long-term strategic partnerships at the level of science, knowledge generation, applying the technology, and even towards the level of implementing these solutions, we need strategic partnerships. These are going to facilitate the communication, the future we want to see. They're going to facilitate financing in terms of implementing sustainable water and environmental solutions that work for our communities or solving community problems at large. Now we dive deep into the conversation. What do we mean by investing in science? So investment in science-driven water and environmental management is actually very, very key in terms of the return on investment. So what do we want to see in terms of the water resources? How do we mitigate the climate impacts? But there's, as we said, is how much knowledge do we have for us to be able to act or be proactive? So this basically will at the end foster economic growth. So what do we have, or what do we want to talk about is the scientific and technical infrastructure. Some of those would be upgrading the meteorological services, water monitoring systems. We're saying scientifically, the knowledge generation. Okay, that is what we anticipate. Decision support tools at different levels, the micro level, within deep down in the communities, at the national level, regional, global, monitoring systems. The question is, where is the knowledge? Who is generating the information? It resonates back with the human capital in terms of the science, the generating of this knowledge and information. How do we ensure that the data has been collected, is timely, to ensure decision making? That is a bit scientific. Water security action plans are in terms of still the science and knowledge generation, investing in water storage, rehabilitation of old infrastructure, the new supply systems, dams, pipelines, to meet the growing needs within the community. The question is, how much knowledge do we have? How do we collect this information? How do we improve these systems? Who are we talking to? Are the systems applicable or usable by the technocrats, by the technicians? How about our communities that cannot read and write? They are not digital savvy. What do we do about that? It becomes very important. Then in terms of science, the environmental management and ecosystem protection. We are talking about technology, science, and innovation. Investing in catchment management, restoration of degraded ecosystems. They are human beings, they are communities down there. How much information are they aware of on how to protect these communities? It's going to be really challenging. The national tree planting, breeding efforts, all this is science, all these are efforts that the different ecosystem players need to align to or allude to be able to see how we manage the water and environmental resources. Water quality improvements, protection of wetlands, improved water, wastewater treatment, not only basically securing the water, but productivity, aligning it to other sectors, agriculture, tourism, the mining and development could be very, very important. Technology as the other aspect, investment. This is also rapidly transforming water and environment. There is a shift from being reactive, okay, and manual to proactiveness and automating the system. But what are some of those key technologies? I think this is where everyone is actually has a talk or something to say about it. So we want to find out some of these technologies and how they will be drives into the water and management systems, into the environmental management systems, monitoring of our environment and water. We have some of these emerging technologies, artificial intelligence and machine learning, okay? The application of AI algorithms in analyzing the huge data sets. But takes us back to the science. Who has the expertise? Who is doing this? You know, everyone is today talking about artificial intelligence. It's some kind of buzzword and something interesting to talk about. But how does it apply? Who is going to apply it at all these different levels? We talk about analyzing large data sets, but we need the human resource, the investment in this, but the development of the skill set, software engineers, data analysts, data scientists. This becomes very important. From sensors and satellites to predict demand, detect leakages in our systems, optimize treatment plant performance, are quite detailed. Internet of Things and smart sensing is one of the key technologies that needs to be invested in. Smart sensors for water in terms of the environment at the different level. Northern Uganda with the climatic challenges. How do we implement some of these technologies is very important. These may be installed along water networks, okay? Provide real-time data on flow, on the pressure, availability, okay, shocks given the harsh climatic conditions. The question is, how do we use IoT to develop innovations that can be used or applied within or by our farmers? Because these may be very good technologies, but they may not be able to apply them at that level. Then we have the digital twins, virtual replicas of water networks, basically, treatment plants within the ecosystem for water, for the environment. Watersheds are used to stimulate complex scenarios and predict infrastructure failures or environmental impact before they occur. This is basically looking into the future that we want to be part of. Then sustainable water treatment and reuse, investment in shifting towards the zero liquid discharge systems, very important. Decentralized water reuse platforms and low carbon desalination technologies. These are all technologies that we need to invest in terms of if we want to have proper water management and environmental management for economic growth and development. Precision agriculture and environmental monitoring becomes very, very critical as an aspect. Smart sensing, automated irrigation systems, automated, yes. Could they be automated, manual? What would come along with this? Deployed to monitor soil moisture, because these are kind of some of the environmental challenges, soil moisture, optimize water use in agriculture, which is the world's largest water consumer. Agriculture becomes very critical, but also working in hand, supporting the different sectors. Cybersecurity, very critical. Implementing of technology without focusing on how these systems are going to be, to work in safe places, not to be hacked, not to be, wasted away. How do we manage the environment? So we need to also put this into consideration. Digitalizing, but do we have the right skill set? That's why we say technology without the science may be a dream. So digitalizing systems, investing in protective and critical infrastructure from cyber threats is also a key to some of these utilities. We also want to talk about the blockchain technology in terms of enhancing security in water trading and transparency. And then the ability to work with the different platforms, different stakeholders in terms of water-related or environmental management aspects. Innovation takes us into acceptance. What are some of these systems, the IoT systems, the sensors that we have developed, the machinery, the infrastructure accepted by society, managing intellectual property assets, commercialization of innovations and benefit sharings among stakeholders. The science should be built within incubation centers and hubs nurturing innovations, and innovation management for sustainability. In terms of capacity building focuses on 3 aspects. The individual capacity building is very, very important. Here we are looking at the confidence, the skill set, the mindset, and the rewards for individuals, whether they are engineers, whether they are software aspects, the humanities. Institutions need to be strengthened in terms of their ability to adapt. The cultures, their systems, and leadership become very important. Then an enabling environment in terms of capacity building, fostering a favorable policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks that ensure a collaboration amongst the ecosystem players. Yes, all that being said, just a highlight of these 4 challenges. SIT specific infrastructure challenges could also, we need to be aware that yes, there are infrastructure challenges, financial and investment gaps, sourcing of funding, the high investment, initial investment. The institutional and human resources is a challenge we need to be aware of. Then how shall we be able to address it? The environment, which is unpredictable, and the risks within the environment also need to be highlighted. At the end, we shall be able to see if all this is done, the investment is done, improved water reservations, water quality monitoring will be possible, water resilient strategies implemented, a circular economy, solutions-based systems and innovations, a transformative economy, and yes, at the end, employment opportunities. In conclusion, investing in science, technology, and innovation and capacity building requires an integrated dynamic approach to enhance the progress in water and environmental management. By working together, that is government, academia, development partners, communities, and the private sector, we can solve our global water and environmental challenges to create a sustainable world for everyone, everywhere. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Another round of applause for our empowered sister who has demystified this topic. We talk loosely about science, technology, and innovation, but she has put it into very good perspective. Thank you very much, Kathy, for sparing the time to come and talk to us. Shall I call upon these panelists to come and take your seats? David Opoya, Regional Climate Resilience WASH Advisor, WaterAid. Are you here? Please come and take your seat. I'll not read the entire bio because it is 3 pages. But Daniel Opoya is the Regional Climate Resilience WASH Advisor for East Africa and Ethiopia at WaterAid, with over 18 years experience in water, climate, resilience, and sustainable development. The next panelist is Dr. Abdul Karim Said, Regional Manager, IWMI. Are you here, Abdul Karim? Abdul Karim is a regional representative for East Africa of IWMI. He will tell us what IWMI is in full. And he has over 3 decades of experience in the fields of water resources management, river basin planning and management, and integrating analysis, policy work, and program management in the context of proto-river basin organizations and analysis. Consulting, he has done some consulting and some academia work. The third panelist is Stephen Asimwe, Executive Director, Private Sector Foundation. Stephen, are you here? Stephen, can you hear us? You're online. Maybe the technology. Have you connected, Stephen? Is Stephen connected? Very good. Stephen, can you hear us? Sort out the technology. The fourth panelist is Joseph Epitu, is a technical advisor to Life AR project. Joseph, are you here? Joseph Epitu is an accomplished professional with over 30 years experience in water and environmental sector. He's very good in capacity building and climate change. He's an expert, and Joseph has made significant contributions to Uganda's climate adaptation efforts. You'll talk more about yourself because you are like a brother to me, so I don't want to talk too much about my brother who has just retired, but he's not retired, but refired. He's here to share a lot of experience from his work previously in this sector. Dr. John Kabayo, former coordinator, Regional IGAD Drought Resilience Initiative. Dr. John Kabayo, are you here or you are online? He's online. John Kabayo, can you hear us? Okay, let's start with these ones. Oh, we have another panelist. Oh, co-moderator. I don't have the bio. Oh, Ms. Rokeris Modesta. Sorry. Rokeris Modesta is Managing Director of West Peak Uganda Company Limited, a private company dealing in mineral exploration, mining, processing, and development in Uganda. She has vast knowledge of Uganda's extractives industry, stakeholder management, regulatory compliance, environmental conservation. She has managed
This
to lead
meeting is
Uganda
being recorded.
in sustainable mining is a very big polluter. So now that you're in order for sustainable mining and extraction, couldn't be in a better place in this world. Right. Those are our panelists. I'll be asking them short questions. Give us few minutes, and we shall save some time for maybe one or two questions from the audience. Let me see a question to Daniel Poya, climate resilience, wash advisor. Daniel, what are the biggest barriers of proven water and environmental technology? How can we overcome them?
Yes, thank you very much. One of the biggest challenges that we is first and foremost technology. And relative to technology, you will find that they may not afford and easily adopt. I may pose a question to the audience here. How many of us do rainwater harvesting? Just by show of hands. Quite a good number. So the next question is, how many of our relatives and friends in our villages could afford the same system that you have? Again, by show of hands. That is exactly where the answer is. So technology is expensive, and as I make my presentation, you will see some of the solutions I would propose. Secondly, the boundary conditions upon which some of this technology was developed has changed alone. If you look at the area that I'm very passionate about, climate change, the boundary conditions then in which some of this technology was built is changing very fast. For example, most of these technologies was built on a single hazard scenario, either flooding, either drought, but today you have multi-scenario setups upon which hazards happen. So if you have, for example, a hand pump built for your normal groundwater level, today because of drought, you're not going to find that water. And in another scenario, sometimes you're going to have lots of flooding. So the question is, whereas the technology is adopted for use, in different scenarios, you're going to find different hazards scenarios, which makes it equally very difficult. Another issue is financing. We are not competitive enough such that we are the preferred option of investments. If we may ask ourselves, and sometimes you follow the money, how many banks are interested in our products and services? Many times you'll know what is of great investment depending on where the banks are going. As I speak now, I think I've read only about maybe one product in the market called the Green Loan by, I think, Equity Bank. The question is, where are the other banks? That is a very strong suggestion that we are not attractive enough for investment. And therefore, how can adoptive technology be attractive? If you got $1 million today, would you rather invest in water and environment or keep it in a unit trust and receive your money undisturbed? So the question is, how do we contest with that side of the sector? Other barriers, for example, is culture. As you're aware, many times we are told, I think there was also a study done together with the ministry here. Ladies, however close, sometimes you bring water to the family home. They would rather choose to go as far as possible so that they get a chance to converse with each other. So you may be doing your efforts to bring the water tap as close as possible to the home, but somebody's looking at it and saying, no, you are taking away my time to mingle with my other fellow ladies. So some of these are the challenges that we do have when you look at adoption of technology, however appropriate it may be, you may be hindering progress within the community. So the question is, what is the solution? Let us invest in people and systems as much as infrastructure. Traditionally, when we are looking at water and environment, we look at the infrastructure. But over time, we have learned that the people and the infrastructure is actually what makes a system sustainable. By show of hands, maybe very quickly, where are the mentors from the Water Resources Institute? Just by show of hands, do we have some? Those are two. You can already see that by investing in them, we're investing in the sustainability of the technology. I think that is very important to follow. Two, data and science. Let's make decisions around data and science. Money will follow where the data shows right figures. And if you cannot present that to the market, nobody's going to invest in you. At the moment, there's work that WaterAid has done together with the appropriate technology center on the hand pump, trying to change some of the parts from metal to plastic. And the reason for that is, can we have technology that changes with the time? The material of metal is sometimes difficult to get. So the technology has now been transferred into the hands of the appropriate technology to see how far we can go with such technology. Another thing is innovation is a must, but innovation in itself must be scalable. Many times we sit from one pilot to another. At what point do we take this to the market and see whether the market actually accepts our technology? Without doing this, however appropriate or adoptable your technology is, we are not going to scale. And I think that is very vital. Last but not least, we need innovative financing and ownership models. The real estate market and banking came up with the mortgage scheme. Basically, own an asset over time. Within the water and environment sector, do we have such an ownership model? Right now, the government has come up with, for example, PDM. Have we created an argument and said, you might increase household income, but if they don't have water and toilets, that income may actually be lost in treatment of disease. We have BUBU, Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. Are we creating subsidies or an attraction such that creators, builders, and developers within this sector can actually get subsidies or get support such that they venture into our sector? Probably not as much as we should. So to me, I see these are the challenges that we have in adoption of technology and some of the ideas I propose going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for those intriguing insights. You know, Daniel, what he has said, we could discuss it for the next 2 hours. He says, can you generate sustainable income from PDM when you don't have a safe latrine or toilet? Because you are susceptible to diseases. So all the income that you get, if you don't have a reliable source of water, safe water, and sanitation at home, then all the income that you are going to make from PDM, you'll end up at the health center. But are we also consigned to the hand pump? Maybe that's a question for another day. I have very strong views on that. Should we always pump water using a hand pump? Can't we innovate a little bit and deliver water to our households, but not necessarily using a hand pump? That's something to follow up at the Water Resources Institute. We are not doing very well on time. Abdul Karim, how can data, we talk about data loosely, but how can data modeling and digital platforms accelerate innovation and decision making in water management?
Okay, thank you very much. First, your question, what is IWMI? And that is International Water Management Institute. It's actually a water research for development innovation institute, which is a global institute headquartered in Sri Lanka, Colombo, but we have one office for East Africa in Addis Ababa. So, very good question. Data and modeling and data platforms and how they transform innovation and decision making. So, yeah, with the limited time available, probably I will focus on few examples from the work we do as UMI in different parts of the world. which indicates how this data platforms and modeling transform the way we do water management, for example, in general. And so over the past decades, digital technologies and their applications through different innovations have transformed the way we collect data, the way we manage data, the way we organize data, and the way we share data, leading to improved evidence for decision making. This is just an overarching statement, but however, what I would like to really emphasize is this is an area that is changing extremely fast. It's advancing and evolving extremely at very high speed. So just to give you one example is, for example, we do citizen sciences, maybe you might have heard about it. In citizen science, we engage communities to collect data, to share data, to transmit data, and then to make better decisions using those data. One example I can give you is in Southern Africa, we use citizen science using a very common smartphone, the camera of a smartphone, and leveraging AI for what you call the computer vision. They collect data on invertebrate life in a river, which are somehow used as indicators of river water quality. This is just one example, and the citizen science now helping in monitoring water quality. Another example is, again, using citizen science to collect data to improve community resilience to flood, especially collecting data on river flow, on rainfall, for example, and then transmitting early warning system. Probably another example I'll give you is AI, empowered digital twin, and just a question to the audience: how many of you, if I say have used, definitely it will be a lot, but how many of you have never used ChatGPT or Copilot? How many of you have never used ChatGPT or Copilot or any of the large language model applications? I don't see any hand. Practically everybody has used it, and for different purposes. I think this is really transformative because you are able to communicate with this system in plain language, basically, and probably even in local language. I have tried to use it in Ethiopia using Amharic, using Oromo language as well, using English as well, I mean local language, basically, right? What this means actually is these digital technologies and the innovations that build on them have transformed even how we communicate and how we share information, how we access information. This is really extremely important because you cannot think of decision, you cannot think of evidence-based decision without data, obviously. And then these innovations enable you to collect data, to process the data, to use the data for decision making. UMI has leveraged this to develop what we call a water co-pilot. It's actually an AI-based chatbot which helps communities to access information in a modeling system, because traditionally models are for the technical experts. Now you don't need to model yourself, but you can interact with the model and then extract information using this AI-based chatbot. We call it water co-pilot. This is done for one of the river basins in Southern Africa. We are doing it also for East Africa and Ethiopia. All right. So now if you see all these examples, maybe let me start one other example, because we talked about water, data collection, evidence, and so on. In Kenya now we are engaged in a project where we are analyzing data from 50,000 solar pumps. These 50,000 solar pumps collect data using Internet of Things and relay the data. And we are analyzing this data to monitor water use for irrigation. Imagine in the past collecting data from 50,000 pumps, drawing water from groundwater for irrigation. It was virtually impossible. All right, it is technically possible, but difficult to deploy. Now, what I'm saying is you can see the transformation in using these digital technologies, how we collect data, the speed of collecting data, all right, and then the speed of sharing data, the processing and the analysis of the data, et cetera, has hugely transformed the system. Now, when it comes to modeling, people who have done modeling in the past, you can even imagine how much time it takes you to collect data, to process the data, to set up the model, calibrate the model, validate the model. Now, I am somehow engaged in a project now where AI is being deployed to compress that time from probably months into a week or 2 weeks. Using the power of AI, you can calibrate data, the model, you can validate the model, which basically means really extremely shorten the time you need for that. The other area is collaboration. I mean, nowadays, people collaborate on the cloud platform across geographies, across teams. This has become very common now. So these are the examples which I would like to give how innovations, especially building on digital technologies and data and modeling, have transformed the way we process data, the way we share data, and the way we make meaning out of data and support decisions. I think these are some of the examples which I wanted to use to highlight how these things have really empowered communities, empowered decision makers, empowered technical professionals as well. So really I'll talk about capacity building probably later on. How can we leverage this for water management? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul Karim, for sharing those examples. We were discussing some time back and we said, what is the earliest stage at which we can introduce modeling? Modeling or basic modeling, because we tend to get into modeling when we go for either graduate or postgraduate studies. Well, it's the earliest stage in our society here in sub-Saharan Africa, in our schooling system, in our workplaces. At what is the earliest stage we can start intriguing these kids to move from WhatsApp and go into modeling, maybe in their holidays? It's a very interesting topic that we can explore, and having introduced it, we can even incentivize it by giving awards, because the world these days is about modeling. You get a situation, you get some data, apply tools, and start modeling what could this be now, what could it be in the future. That's an interesting area to explore. Stephen Asimwe, can you hear me? Stephen, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. I have a question for you, Stephen, and you should answer it in 5 minutes. Stephen, this is your question. Please respond. In 5 minutes. What role should public-private partnerships and philanthropy play in financing science, technology, and innovation for water and environmental programs? Stephen, we can't hear Stephen. Stephen, did you get my question?
Okay, I'm not getting a response from your side, but let me attempt to say something. Stephen Asimwe is my name, PSFU. PSFU is the apex body of the private sector. We have 340 business associations and 4 million businesses representing 14 sectors. To answer the question, Mr. Moderator, I think that the role of the private-public partnerships and philanthropy is critical in ensuring that we support this initiative. Let me give context to our role. Our fundamental mandate is policy and advocacy to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, for production to take place, and to ensure that our people move in an enabling manner that will create resource-based income generating frameworks. Now, I want to suggest, Mr. Moderator, that at PSFU, we have advocated and pushed for policy transformation, especially with government in the context of the PPP, which is public-private partnerships. And in 2015, we jointly worked on a PPP Act, and which opened doors and opportunities for local governments and private sector that pushed for bidders, especially in expression of interests, to create local content plans, joint ventures with Ugandan SMEs, government institutions, but also with the donor community and the development partners. That then, of course, opened the elements in which technologies, innovations, and all of these things could be supported. That was one. The second one, we pushed for policy positions to ensure that if you have a very good idea, and this idea is going to lead to transformation and environmental support frameworks and portfolios, government will, by extension, be obliged to support that program. And I think you can see the collaboration between Makerere University, Science and Technology Ministry, and especially in respect to the Kirabas model, which we are working very closely with. The third, I think the first panelist mentioned it, is that is there a scenario, is there an environment where financing institutions can come in and support environmental solutions? I want to say yes. We have a company that is under government, but that is working with private sector. It's called Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. Mr. Chairman, this company finances and gives subsidies of up to 60% for people to be able to acquire renewable energy solutions. And in this case, there's the first line of engagement, which are small mini hydros and irrigation systems. So for example, if a system is worth about 10 million, they can actually finance up to about 60%, 6 million shillings. So basically you pay the other 4, you access credit, which is affordable, it's accessible, and you pay over some time to ensure that you do that. At PSFU, we are working very, very closely with institutions like GIZ, with institutions like AGRA, which is the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. We're working with groups like Agile, which is accelerating growth for inclusive entrepreneurship. We're working with the groups like in Germany, which brought us resources called demand-side results-based financing. And then we have another group we are working with, which is a multi-donor fund, which is called IMEU, Inclusive Markets for Energy Efficiency. And then START, which is the support to agriculture, revitalization and transformation. And largely, these are avenues through which we are financing affordable, subsidized resources for supporting these technologies. So yes, that answer is there. We are working closely. We're also working with blended finance institutions at the African Development Bank, the World Bank. We're working with the philanthropy groups. I think the first keynote speech was about how do you create grants and local content threshold financing. I think that is there, it's provided for. But finally, Mr. Chairman, in respect to this question, I would like to say that within government and under the budget framework portfolio, we have now advocated and pushed for a policy position where we give weighted scoring for bids that lead to partnering with the local investors and institutions. And the Ministry of Water and Environment, working with the Ministry of Finance and PPDA, can actually provide for almost expedited calls for this kind of financing. I think what is important here, Mr. Chairman, is the need for us to have a collaborated effort across the board. So I think forums like this one are important, that from here then, thereafter, we can then create special purpose vehicles that can talk about these opportunities, and PSFU is offering itself be one of the actors that will talk about some of this dedicated funding, the incentives, the local actors, which are also supporting capacity building and ecosystem support, ensure that this element of financing leads to fantastic innovation and environment programs that are win-win for the whole country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for those insights. Recognize the best performers who invest in this water and environment innovative technologies and solutions. Recognize them and give them awards. Maybe that's how we shall learn that they are doing a good job. Thank you very much, Stephen, for your response. Joseph Epitu. How can universities, vocational institutes, public institutions and the private sector partner to produce the next generation of water and environment professionals.
Yeah. Thank you very much, moderator. To answer this question, I would like us to rewind back to the year 2003, 2006, when as a ministry we implemented the Training for Real project, whose purpose was to motivate human resource development practitioners and training providers to respond to the needs of employers. This project was implemented jointly with the University of Loughborough, specifically Water and Environment Development Center, and Makerere University, and from the ministry I happen to have been the coordinator of that project. Now, one of the key findings of that project was that there is a strong disconnect between the academia, who are the suppliers of the human resources to the water and environment sector, and the employers. And there was therefore urgent need to address that gap. So specifically, in order to address that gap, a number of interventions need to be addressed. One is to ensure that we move from education systems that produce graduates to systems that produce problem solvers. And this requires the two parties to co-design the curriculum in the educational institutions. So there is need for the employers to work closely with the academia to design the curriculum that address the needs of the employers. Secondly, we also need to institutionalize work integrated learning through structured internships, apprenticeships, and residency programs. I'm proud to have coordinated the graduate training program in this ministry for over 20 years. And I think that program made very useful contribution to the sector. However, I'm happy to know that under the Water Resources Institute, this program is now being strengthened to ensure that it's much more structured by working closely with, for instance, with the UNHCR, and I'm informed that other NGOs and institutions have also joined. So we need to design very, very structured apprenticeship programs that strengthen the theory that is provided in academic institutions. Third, we also need to strengthen vocational training institutions. When I was still heading the capacity building program, we worked very closely with National Water and Sewerage Corporation with the support of GIZ to establish the vocational training institute in Gaba. And I think that institute was supposed to be rolled out also to Kachung in Lira. And I think the sector should proceed with that program if we are to produce skilled manpower for the water and environment sector. Fourth, we also need to build innovation systems linking academia, utilities, and this industry to solve real-world challenges. And finally, the private sector must become a co-investor in the educational system. If you go to Germany, you'll not find out that there is a strong linkage between the industry and the academia. And actually, the industry drives what the academia produce. So if we are to address the human resource challenges in the water and environment sector, I would propose that we go into that direction. In summary, we must create continuous pipeline from training to lifelong learning, and that will help us to produce the human resources we require for the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph, especially for highlighting the graduate training program. It has caused me problems. These days I don't sleep because everyone calls me. They want their daughters and sons to come and join the program. And we have very limited financing for this one. So what we need to do probably is to innovatively find more sponsors for this program. I'm willing to train as many engineers as possible, but I need to pay them. I need to pay them. My departments in the directorate, water for production, urban water and sewerage, and rural water and sanitation, they can take on a few more young women and young men from the university, not necessarily engineers only. We also need sociologists, we need economists, we need environmental safeguard specialists or young professionals in that area. But the demand is just 10 times, if not 20 times what we can take on. But it is a very interesting area, and it's a good problem. It's a good problem. Then the other point which we need to very strongly link up with our training institutions, especially the universities, is what type of graduate do we need for this water and environment sector? What skills should they have? Okay, we need a few more modelers. I'm intrigued, I'm interested in this area because I don't have many. I only get them when I send them out for further studies, masters and PhDs. But I need to interest the universities in this area. So we can partner. And also the other point I think we shouldn't forget is we can also generate research topics here in the industry and then give those research topics to the universities. And if you attach some research students, graduate, postgraduate level, we can support them. We will find some money to support those researchers. And when they finish, then they can come and contribute to the solutions that we are, or rather contribute to solving the problems that we are facing in the industry. I think that will be something that we should never lose sight of. My sister Modesta, in regions or areas where mining competes with agriculture for limited water resources, what models of collaborative water management have proven most successful in resolving stakeholder conflicts? You remember I cautioned my sister not to be unfair to you that you are one of the biggest polluters. but you also potentially are one of the biggest income generators. So there you go.
Positive note to take. So thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to join you today. I am going to start by saying that Dr. Kathy guided the conversation by basically defining models that work and telling us that talk about what you're doing in your sectors. So I am going to speak to this question from a perspective of the mining sector. So first of all, I'll start by saying water is the fundamental resource to both life and livelihoods, and mining companies largely depend on water. But how it is sourced, used and managed can cause community, can bring effects to the community and the environment at large. So I am here to say that collaborations here isn't optional, but rather essential. How? In regions where mining and water do compete for water, here is what works. From our own mining sector, we want to say that having proactive community engagements is very important. How mining companies should make sure that they conduct meaningful consultations with the community prior to the commencement of their mining activities, so that they are able to identify the community needs, but also the shared risks that already exist in the community, so that they are able not to add to them, but also use this information in addressing the community issues that were raised. I am going to take you back to our mining site, for example. In our mining site in Iwanda, prior to the commencement of our mining activities, we conducted a needs assessment in the community and identified that the community lacked clean water. They were using water from River Bwindaji, for livelihood purposes, but also this is the same water body that we were going to abstract our water from. So we decided to build a solar powered dam that pumped water to a tank that we placed within the community in a location that they identified, and so the community was able to get water. But also, after some time, this water was not enough to serve all of them. They decided that we work together and see how to pull water from Chichuzi sub-county, where Acts Uganda and the district had stopped their operations. So we financed the tapping of that water up to Kajezi village, where our operations were. The first phase, we put in about 7 taps that were serving 10 households each. And later on, we added another 4 to make them 11 because there were a total of 120 households. Here, the problem was solved, but also it helped us build our relationship with the community before we started our mining activities. So the second point I would say is having an equitable water allocation system. In Uwewk currently, where our mining operations share a stream with the farmers, we have created a water rotational system where the farmers get water first during day, and then later in the evening, when the agricultural activities pause, the clean water comes to our dam and it's collected, and then the next day we are able to reuse it, as they are also using the stream to get water for their activities. This system has really helped us to reduce our demand for fresh water significantly, but also it has been able to make sure that the issues that would have cropped up were solved even before they start. Another thing that has worked for us is community stakeholder participation. We were able to form a decision-making stakeholder committee that involved farmers, miners, and the local government. And together we would decide what happens in areas where water was mainly used for sustainable purposes. And so we again made sure that we contacted Acts Uganda, the district, and the community, and said, okay, now these taps, what do we do? The community itself, using that committee, decided that each household was going to contribute a fee of 1,000 shillings to make sure that they managed to sustain this project even after we left the area. So here we saw that agreements stick better when everyone is involved, and also results are appreciated when everyone is involved from the onset. Another thing that has worked for us is participatory water monitoring. Here we have involved and trained farmers when we are monitoring our water quality and quantity. We call them or invite them when we are monitoring when we are measuring the volumes of water that we abstract for our operations on a daily basis. But we also involve them when we are monitoring the quality of our wastewater before it is treated and discharged. This has helped the community in a way that they have learned how to use the digital tools that we use for monitoring. And it has ensured that even after we left the project in Uganda, the community leaders there now know how to test, basically with basic tools that we bought for them. They can test the quality and the quantity of water before it is discharged into the environment. Here we see that an example here that can also work is in my region, in Karamoja, for example, there's a participatory water monitoring committee that was formed by the Ministry of Water and Environment with its partners in the Lokore water catchment project. We have seen that these committees have greatly helped to resolve the water problems between farmers and pastoralists. So with these few strategies that we have applied in our own mining activities, we see that conflicts can be collaboratively and sustainably resolved when everyone is involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think you deserve a round of applause for that response. I know most of your colleagues, the miners, are not as sensitive and as collaborative as yourself. So something to learn from your operations, both in Karamoja and in Uganda. Now we have 10 minutes left, and we wanted a question. I have a next round of questions, so I want you to resolve. We have 10 minutes, and we have another round of questions for these panelists. Maybe I give them 2 minutes each per question, and then I take 2 quick questions from the audience, and we close this session. Is that a good way to go about it? Right, Daniel, how can multi-stakeholder collaborations, research, institutions, utilities, private sector, the NGOs be structured for sustained impact? You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. The Uganda Water and Environment Week in itself is the first great step. Getting people of common interest to sit together and discuss areas that affect them. Our biggest challenge is that when we break off from here, to each their very own. Now the question is, how do we move from this step, the first step, to the other steps? So the next thing we need to do is aggregate ourselves into special interest groups. Let those in financing meet somewhere through some kind of specialized vehicle that carries them forth. And I'm very glad that one of our panelists did offer and say the Private Sector Foundation is already willing to be a vehicle that embraces the private sector. So can we then use from this broader group, go into specialized groups, and then from those groups, we find ways in which we channel our common interests. That means we identify an output we expect from those specialized vehicles or special interest groups, such that we task them in the next Water and Environment Week. Can you give us the level of progress you've made in these areas and promises you've made to us? I've been informed by sociologists that, you know, human beings, we are driven by 4 areas: reward, ideology, cohesion, and ego. Can we place outputs in any of those 4 areas, and such that they report to the greater group of where they would want to go? So broadly speaking, you structure people around their areas of common interest, because if you open your phone and you look at WhatsApp, believe you me, there are groups people add you to and you push them to the other idle section where you're like, no, I will not show, I'm interested in you, but I will push you very far. And then there are groups, when they add you to, you're immediately interested to join. So a common point of interest, specialized areas, and we task you with specific outputs and deliverables that you report in here. Therefore, institutions like Water Resources Institute can be tasked then. Can you follow up with these special interest groups? Can you link them to other institutions that can benefit from them? And then we move the agenda forward. There's a project that WaterAid is doing, it's called SCIF. It's basically motorizing boreholes using solar systems. There's a university in the UK that picked interest and said, I'm going to come and learn how do we get carbon credits due to motorization of boreholes. What drove them to this place? It is their interest in carbon credits. So basically, find common areas of interest and channel the persons into those areas. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Daniel. You deserve a round of applause. You should have added that instead of forming a group, you know, there are groups in the village where, say, Twezike. There's a group purposely formed so that you bury one another. Or bury for one another. You lose a relative, you go to the group, get some resources, and come and carry out the funeral. Why not form a group on innovative financing for water and environment services? Thank you very much. Abdul Karim, how can open data, what scalable models exist in service training, mentorship, and lifelong learning for professional staff and community practitioners? Lifelong learning, scalable models. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Reflecting on capacity building, especially in the area of like open data or modeling or data platforms and technologies. I think what we have to realize, I realize myself, that space is extremely changing very fast. And you asked the question earlier, very important, at what stage do we introduce modeling? I think what my view really on this is we have to revisit the traditional model of learning. I think that's very important. Increasingly, we're going to use digital platforms for learning, be it as on the job, what you call in-service learning, or self-paced learning, blended with probably a few other models of learning, because these are becoming more and more important, more and more common, and that will help individuals will be responsible for their own, for example, career development, in my view, increasingly. So what really my suggestion would be, like, one is increasing digitalization of learning platforms, making them widely available, and empowering communities, especially through these digital platforms, and having more focus on self-paced learning. And the other thing which I would like to mention is, traditionally we train people, they come and attend formal physical trainings. Usually, in many cases, those people who come for the training is just in case training. Maybe I might need it one day, but usually many of them, they may not even need it, all right? Because this opportunity provided, they just get training. But now we have to move into what we call just-in-time training. So people, apply it immediately, because if you don't apply it, you will lose it, definitely. And then again, what you think is an important topic today may not be important tomorrow. For this reason, because this area is very much changing so fast. Self-paced learning, digitalized platform for learning, increasing access to such digital platforms to a wide spectrum of the segment of the community, of society, including communities as well, because learning has become much easier today than before. The problem is, of course, do we have the platform at all levels? And I think we have to invest in those areas as well. Thank you very much.
Joseph Ipitu.
Yes, sir.
What are the capacity gaps, technical, managerial, policy, that most hamper progress, and how should they be addressed?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think Dr. Abdul Karim has already highlighted most or some of the technical gaps, and that has made my work quite simple. And in the interest of time, moderator, maybe I would just like to request to make reference to one of the flagship products that I left behind in this ministry, and that is a comprehensive capacity needs assessment of the sector that highlighted the capacity gaps in the sector at the various levels, that is the individual, the institutional, and also the enabling environment. And I think that document could be, collecting that somewhere. But I would urge the leadership of the ministry to take interest in that document. But specifically, some of the gaps that were highlighted include digital systems, which Dr. Abdul Karim has already mentioned, climate risk assessment, wastewater management, asset management, and all these require continuous learning. At managerial level, these include weak project preparation, financial planning, accountability systems, and this could be addressed through leadership and mentorship programs. At policy and governance gaps, which were identified, include fragmented mandates and weak regulatory enforcement, and these require policy alignment and innovative friendly regulatory frameworks. There are also cross-cutting gaps that include limited financing, capacity, weak community engagement, and underutilization of the youth and women. And this should be addressed through inclusive and capacity-driven approaches. I think those are some of the gaps.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Joseph. That is also a wide topic, but capacity needs assessment. Maybe every 3 years for every institution is key in this sector. Is Dr. Kabayo available now? I was told that you are not available online. Can you hear us? He's not. Okay. Maybe I ask my sister the last question. Modesta, how should mining operations adapt their water management plans to handle extreme weather events such as prolonged droughts, sudden flooding that can destabilize tailings in dams?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I will start by saying that water management is a very critical component in mining. Therefore, mining companies should handle two extremes. One is managing excess water in wet climates, and two is conserving scarce water during dry spells for sustainable mining purposes. So this is what works again. One, a mining company should have a comprehensive water management plan. They should develop comprehensive water management plans that include A, continuous monitoring of water quality and quantities, and then B, continuous engagement with the community and stakeholders, and then C, having a contingency plan that caters for emergencies. So that what should I say? In Ibanda, for example, I will give you our own example. In Ibanda, when we were starting our mining activities, our plan only catered for environmental rehabilitation and management, but it did not consider planning for extreme weather conditions like flooding. So we had to learn the hard way. When the river burst and flooded our entire pit, our entire equipment was covered with water. It took us 8 months trying to let the water settle down on its own. Also, the machinery that was in there, the equipment or the spares were not in Uganda. We had to send for the spares in China. But because of when we decided to save time and we wanted to change an area of operation, because before we had given 80-meter buffer zone to the river, but either way, it had to burst and connect with our pit. So we were told we had to go back to NEMA and take the new coordinates so that we get a certificate of variation on top of the already existing, or the original EIS certificate. This whole time cost us 8 months of no activity and no revenue. We learned the hard way, and we had to make sure that we come up with one that now we are using in all our mining sites. So another strategy that could work here is having a closed loop water recycling system again, where mining companies have to collect their water so that during dry seasons they can use this water in processing purposes, but also cooling their equipment, dust suppression, and site rehabilitation for those that are in protected areas that need to be rehabilitated in a very, very sensitive way. Another one could be having strong tailing storage facilities. So companies here should build or come up with strong tailing facilities that are developed in alignment with the global standards, but also with very robust containment systems that can manage to withhold the substantive amounts of water, that water, rock, sand, I could say, chemical residues that are generated during processing, so that in extreme weather conditions like flooding, these containment structures can remain secure and stable to hold this tailing so that they prevent environmental contamination. Thank you so much. So
Thank you very much, Modesta. We've run out of time, but you are saying very interesting things. And of course, add dam safety. If you have a dam for tailings, ensure that your dam safety monitoring program is robust. Time for 2 questions from the audience. You know, the discussions get sweeter towards the end. Yes, we take one from there and another one from here. Go ahead, you have the mic. Can you take the mic to that gentleman over there? My secretariat, why are you sleeping on the job? You can come here. There's a mic at the front desk.
Thank you so much, presenters and our keynote speaker. I just have one or two questions. One is on to the main speaker, the keynote speaker, Dr. Kathy. One conclusion she made was on integration. My name is Patrick Musingus from Makerere University. So she concluded that actually we need to do a lot of integration, and I got a bit concerned, and the question is, how do we bring teams together so that we achieve this concept of integration, and what is really constraining this effort? Because as we try to move towards science, technology, and innovation, I think there is need to rebuild teams, and what is constraining us? The other question is to Brother Karim on data. Data is one of the most important components in innovation. And I can assure you, we are really constrained on data, especially in the field of science. And with the AI and all these modern tools that we are using, data is still a problem. So in your view, how do we centralize national data, and how best can we actually put efforts together to put data together as stakeholders so that the public and the researchers access this data? What's your view on this? Thank you.
On this side, use any of these mics at the front desk. Switch it on there.
Thank you. Colleagues, thank you very much for the good presentation.
Tell us who you are and where you come from.
This is Amos Mtayomba. I'm a research scientist. I work with NARO. I picked an interest of marrying the two gentlemen, Abdul Karim and his colleague on the right. I wanted to understand how easy the academia is finding it, picking on the models and looking at the effectiveness in implementation. Thank you very much.
That is a question they can take on even at break tea. Please look for them and come with a check. Okay, I don't want to suppress questions, although we have run out of time. We take another two, one and then another one from there. Okay, good.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Medad Kakuru. I work for the Economic Policy Research Center based in Makerere. I have two issues, but before I get to them, I would expect to see key stakeholders like government officials, PSCs. In such a conference, we should get commitments from key policymakers who are going to pick and run away with the issues we are discussing here. Right now, I see us in a discussion, and I really don't know where this will end. No, I was expecting to see people who are going to make commitments here that from the discussion, this is what we are going to do. Nonetheless, my first issue is on data availability. Yes, I want to agree that we have a shortage, but also the little data that is available is extremely difficult to access. We have a lot of data in MDAs, but accessing that data is extremely difficult. So I was expecting to get a commitment from whoever is concerned, who runs the government businesses, like from the office of the OPM, to say that going forward, if there is a limitation in accessing data, we are able to support. But as I talk now, EPRSI we usually go to different MDAs looking for data which we know is there, and they also actually confirm that we have that data, but getting it is a problem. So how are we going to work in an environment where even the little data that is there cannot be accessible? That is one. Two, investment, PPPs, private-public partnerships in STI. I understand that we are trying to create a favorable environment for foreign direct investment. And I think one of the requirements that Uganda Investment Authority requires FDIs to do is to commit themselves to train and person and equip the locals with skills. But I'm yet to see a report where Uganda Investment Authority tells us that we allowed this number of foreign firms to come to Uganda, and they have imparted this type of skills to so many Ugandans. Back to what I was saying, so I would have loved to see now like Uganda Investment Authority saying, yes, we have done this, or we haven't done it, going forward we are going to do it. So with this STI, if we don't put the deliberate processes to follow up what we committed ourselves to do, I think we shall not do much. Now, like Uganda Investment Authority, how I wish we could have an inventory of how many FDAs have come, how many Ugandans they have trained, and how many skills they have passed on to Ugandans. I think that is the way of enhancing our STI space.
Thank you very much. You have made a fantastic case for Uganda Investment Authority to be a panelist at the next conference. Can you, that's the last one. We are running very late.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Uwewk Henry. I work with Ministry of Water and Environment. I want to specifically address the keynote speaker, Dr. Kathy, who is part of Makerere. It's public information that Makerere is doing a lot in terms of driving knowledge, research in Uganda and also in the region. But I want to point out one challenge which might also require innovation on their side, about the flexibility of their programs. Today, if you must both work and also study in Makerere, it is not motivating at all to go for a graduate program on full-time day schedules. So what conversations is Makerere having around that? What innovations? Because we need to work, we also need to study. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think let's bring it to a close here. Kathy, I think you come here. There are very interesting questions you need to respond to. And then I'll go to the panelists, 1 minute each. But please feel free to follow up these panelists and our keynote speaker, because this is not by any means a topic we can exhaust in just 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Thank you so much, moderator, and the participants. I think someone asked about what can we do about integrating all the different stakeholders working together, and was asking for a question as to why. The why is because the different stakeholders have their own mandates to deliver, unless they all sit together and align. For example, when you say a university should do ABC, the universities have 3 mandates: to research, teach, and outreach. But, and it's not their role to take on the innovations. Innovations are supposed to be taken on by industry. So once they have delivered on researching, we are saying someone else should come and take up the research and implement, but they need to work together. It's because all have different competing mandates that they need to achieve. But working together and search for us, I think, is bringing them together. And then the second one was on the aspect of Makerere University's programs. Yeah, I think we are trying to innovate around that and having blended kind of programs though some of the programs were basically are also now dependent on the demand in the community. Yeah, so it may not be easy, as I said, the requirements with the National Council, the number of participants, and the other thing is the skills, the skill set needed. Some of the programs, we cannot run them if you don't have the required. For you to teach on a master's program at Makerere, you must have a PhD. We said the skill set, the human capital is lacking. Universities don't have enough capacity, so they would rather not run that program. And if it cannot be passed by the National Council of Higher Education. So the skill set is also still a challenge in some of these institutions to be flexible to meet the demands of the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll try to respond first to the question on the data.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So the issue of data availability and then also accessibility was raised from two sides, basically. One is more of a comment, I guess. And the question raised from gentleman over there is a very important one. So, first of all, do we have enough data? If I ask you, it depends really on which field we are talking about. It's not really, there's no universal answer to it, all right? On the biophysical sense, is a lot of data being generated through satellite remote sensing, which is also in the public domain. Huge volume of data is already available. The challenge, as far as I know, is especially in the African context, sub-Saharan African context, one, there is no awareness or lack of awareness of what data is really available in the public domain. Second, the capacity, I'm not talking about like individual personal capacity, but also institutional capacity, including hardware, software, to analyze the data. Because they usually, satellite remote sensing data are very huge. So you need all the computing infrastructure which is not available in many sub-Saharan African countries. So on the biophysical sense, the data is available, it's free of charge, but there is a limitation of capacity as far as I see. This is one thing. Second thing, really we have to keep in mind, the situation is evolving very, very fast. It's not really something, if you know something about data availability today, after a year it's going to be different. Usually, it's going to expand, all right? So I'll give you an example. For example, for hydrologists, river flow data is very important data, right? I mean, for many people, river discharge data are very important, but you might have heard about the SWOT satellite from NASA, the surface water and oceanic topographic data, which gives you the river width, the water surface slope, all right? And then the level of the water surface. If a hydrologist has this data, they can generate the river discharge data very easily. Of course, you have to calibrate it. So the point I'm making is, on the biophysical side, available data in the public domain, the diversity and also the accuracy is improving, is huge. But there is lack of capacity. There is lack of awareness, all right? This is a very important point. So a point which is very important to remember is, should we use this data? Should we not use this data? Again, there's no universal answer to it. It depends for what purpose you want to use it, all right? That's very important in my view. And there's the issue of like, how open should open data be? That's also another point, because the entire issue of water data governance is very important. But if you're talking about university research, for example, there's a lot of data you can manipulate with, you can use, for example. Access to data, of course, an issue. There's a lot of policy like implication to it. Maybe I'll leave it to those who make the decisions on that. But in my view, personal view, the more the data is open, the more community engagement, stakeholder engagement becomes easier. The more common understanding we have about our resource. I think that's very absolutely important. So I think there's a lot of policy dimension to it. All right, so data, a lot of data available, but we need to really implement it case by case. We need the capacity, we need the awareness, and so on and so forth. Just as one example, IWMI is running a project called Digital Innovation for Water Secure Africa, DIWASA. It's a continental project the aim really is exactly to address some of these problems, to build the capacity, to also raise awareness, but also to generate a number of applications using this data set, which we have one in Uganda on urban planning, because there's no time for that. The second question, a colleague here asked me also to respond about the modeling. If I understood the question about access to these models, I think that is the question from Naro. The person who asked that question from Naro is about access to the model or how to implement them. Is that the question? I don't see him. Sorry. If that is the case, there are, again, when it comes to models, I come from the hydrology background, from water resource background, so I can only speak about those kinds of models. There's a lot of data and models, again, in the public domain, all right? But more important, in my view, is data or information generated from these models. There's a lot of information, again. It's a question of how do we have the capacity to access them and to use them meaningfully for the different purposes, because the applications are very varied, all right? So that is where the conversation, in my view, should also focus, all right? Which data set, which information is suitable to address which problem, all right? I think that is very important in my view. I don't want to take any more time on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joseph, did you have anything to respond to? 30 seconds. Or you had the...
I think the question that was addressed to me and Doctor, yes,
okay, very good.
But moderator, before I wind up, since this is my last chance, I think, like the presenter said, progress in water and environment is not all about funding. There must be a deliberate effort to invest in capacity development. And this has always been a challenge for not only this ministry or the sector, but also the country. And with the withdrawal of the key development partners that have been supporting us in capacity development, with capacity development funding, there is need now for a deliberate policy within the ministry and the other sector institutions to provide resources for capacity building if we are to progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of this session, but lastly, for the Secretariat, we hold very interesting discussions. We come up with some very nice recommendations. Calist, can you, I'm talking to you, you and Dominic. You first sit there. You know, I'm talking to him as his commissioner now. I am higher in rank, so he must listen. We hold very interesting discussions and we touch on very topical issues, very intriguing for the sector and other sectors and also for government. Now, since the Water Resources Institute is the secretariat for this Uganda Water and Environment Week, I think we need a deliberate effort in there to look at what were the emerging issues, what were the recommendations, and how can we take these recommendations forward. I think you may have started doing that, so that we don't, the discussions don't end here. One of our colleagues from Makerere was saying, from the Economic Policy Research Institute, was saying he expected to see some permanent secretaries from other MDAs here so that they take on some of these recommendations. But it is also easier for a permanent secretary to come and attend 1 or 2 sessions and he goes back business as usual. So if there are recommendations that are sector-wide, those we could take on, but there are cross-cutting ones also relevant for the other sectors, and maybe we should have a PS's forum discussing them as a recommendation from this forum, and some we can take on with the Office of the Prime Minister. We have various, fora where we can discuss and, ensure that some of these are adopted, including writing a cabinet paper, okay, as an information paper for cabinet, so that something on capacity building, something on whatever recommendation we think is topical, and that cabinet needs to make a pronouncement and also have some dedicated support. Thank you very much. I was a lecturer before, so I can talk and talk. So, but thank you very much. We have exceeded our time, but the discussions were very interesting. Now, Dominic, you come here and make some announcements. Do we go for break tea or do we go for the parallel sessions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gilbert, for able steering this session.
I thought you would give me a round of applause.
Thank you so much for steering the session. Thank you much our panelists for sharing the insight and experience and for provoking us. I think we have to go and think on how we can innovate and scale up the innovations. We are a little bit behind the schedule by around an hour, but we have the next session starting in the next 5 minutes. So before that, you must agree with me that the speakers have done justice to our topic. And for that, I will invite the Undersecretary, Madam Catherine, Mr. Ronald from NPA, and Madam Jen from IRC to come and appreciate our speakers and our panelists and our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker can also come over to the stage. We shall start with appreciating the keynote speaker, which will be done by our Undersecretary. You want a microphone or you?
On behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Alfred Okotokidi, we would like to appreciate you, Doctor, for the wonderful address that you gave us, and please receive this token of appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, you. You may have to declare and. Ronald? Please appreciate the Madam Modesta and Mr. Epitu for the wonderful presentation and insights they have shared with us this morning. Madam Jen. Please pass on appreciation and awards to Mr. Daniel Oponya and Mr. Abdurakim Said. We have some members online. I think you'll also do that. I don't know how you'll pass it on, but the honor is yours too. You can receive. So. No, the next one will go to Mr. Stephen Asimwe. I will ask Dennis to receive it on his behalf. We'll pass it on. Then lastly, but not least, Dr. John Kaboyo. Yeah, we shall deliver it. Thank you so much. Them also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Rosmita Birungi, who joined us a little bit. She was delayed. She's there with us. Thank you so much. The next session, we are going for the panel sessions. We have a number of them, and they are starting in the next few minutes. We have the first session, which is on investment in science and technology, capacity building to enhance progress in water and environment. We are having technical presentations of policy practice papers, and it will be in the DW boardroom, which is the next floor up. Then the second session will be a side event on water and environment sector refugee response plan. And it will be in the Nairo boardroom, which is right on the first floor in the boardroom. The third one will be a side event, which is on water and environment, which is on building Uganda's climate resilience, bioeconomy, through wetlands and forest management and restoration by Uganda Biodiversity Trust Fund and the Environmental Arts and other CSOs. And that is in Zoka boardroom, which is right on this floor as you get out on your right. The fourth one is launch of the workshop, which will be done here in the boardroom, in the auditorium. So those of you who are interested in the workshop, kindly stay here. The fifth one is an applied training on monitoring and evaluating the role of water towards an inclusive and prosperous Uganda by the Hilton Foundation, and that will be in the Ruiz boardroom. Ruiz boardroom is on the ground floor. When you enter this building, you turn on your right. That's where Ruiz boardroom is. The sixth one, we have a side event where we shall be sharing experiences in dam safety management in Uganda between the operators, the developers, and the regulators. And that will be in the wetland library, which is on this floor, in that corner. Then lastly, we shall have the session this morning, which is on access to more data and information through the water and environmental information system. And that will be done in the WIS room, which is on the first floor in the other corner. After that, we shall have lunch, then come back also in the evening, in the afternoon, for other sessions. At the moment, let me invite you to take break tea, which will be done on the fourth floor. Then after that, you can proceed for the other part of sessions. See you in the afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. As we all get ready for the cup of tea, I think our session that is going to be looking at the launch of the WashNap will be taking off in the next 5 to 7 minutes. So take some time to adjust yourself, feel comfortable, find a good seat, get to know your neighbor as we plan to launch the nap. Thank you. Where do you store this? Store this.
come they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do but
However, technology must be paired with human capacity, trained professionals,
Hello, can I have your attention a little bit? As we get set to this parallel session, there has been a slight change in our program. We shall have a registration. The registration is happening at the back, just in case you're not aware. And then we shall have a short prayer. We shall have remarks that are being made by the Commissioner Climate Change of the Ministry of Water and Environment. Those will be followed by remarks from UNICEF. And thereafter we shall go into the presentation of the WASH NAP. This will be followed by stakeholder reflections. We shall have a panel of about 6 or 7 persons. And then this will also be followed by closing remarks from the Commissioner. We shall also have a group photo. I think the photos will be done first by the panels and then all of us that will be in attendance. We still have a few copies of the WASH NAP left. I will ask also Secretary to make these copies available to those that didn't receive any on the opening day. We hope all this will be done within a period of about 1.5 hours. A few of our colleagues are still up for a cup of tea. We're giving them another 5 or so minutes, and then we shall be taking off. Thank you.
Like this, so many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the beatings.
Thank you. I want to welcome each one of you to this Water, Sanitation and Hygiene National Adaptation Plan for Uganda 2026, which is happening as the Uganda Water and Environment Week side event on this 25th day of March 2026. Welcome. As I did read the program, there has been a slight change. I think each one of us has been able to register. The registrar is at the back. I want to call the meeting to order. Please find yourself in a comfortable seat. With a word of prayer, let's humble ourselves. Father in heaven, we thank you for this beautiful day that you have brought us together. We thank you for the gift of life that you have given to us and for the reason that we are assembled here. We thank everyone who has taken efforts to be in attendance and those that are not yet here but are coming, hasten their feet so they can get here quick enough. Father, we pray that the deliberations that are going to be coming out of this discussion should be beneficial to every last one of us as we serve this country in our capacities. Let both the presenter and the panelist be filled with your spirit and also the audience so that we can have a deliberate, fruitful discussion. We have prayed, trusting and believing in your name. Thank you. I'm going to invite the Commissioner Climate Change in the Ministry of Water and Environment to give us remarks. You're welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Robert, the moderator. Good afternoon and welcome to this very important event in which we are disseminating the Water, Hygiene and Sanitation National Adaptation Plan. My name is Francis Opolot. I'm an Assistant Commissioner in the Climate Change Department. I'm here on behalf of the Acting Commissioner, Mr. Bob Natif, who, because of competing commitments, has not been able to make it here. So I will deliver the remarks of the Commissioner, but first I would like to appreciate you for making time to come here. This is a very significant moment in the adaptation planning of Uganda, in the resilience building of our communities and also our ecosystems. So I'll read the remarks of the Commissioner. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, the chairperson of the organizing committee of the 9th Uganda Water and Environment Week, all development partners are present in the room, representatives of government ministries, departments and agencies, representatives of the civil society organizations, representatives of the private sector, representatives from the academia, representatives of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor and privilege to be among you to make remarks in this historic moment in our country in which we disseminate and launch the National Adaptation Plan for the wash sector. This is a very historic moment because this is the first wash NAP in the whole world to be completed. This is very significant for two reasons. The first, in terms of the process of formulation of the NAP. The National Adaptation Planning process was launched at COP16 in Cancun, Mexico, and that was in 2010. The context of this is that from 2010 up to today, only 67 countries have been able to submit national adaptation plans to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Out of those 67, only 23 are in the developing countries. And as of last year, end of last year, about 144 countries had launched the process to develop a national adaptation plan. Uganda is one of those countries that launched that process, and it is in the process of developing a national adaptation plan, but with a different context. In Uganda, we decided to flip the process and start with the sector NAPs. Why? Because we want to get into the details. We want to start to do a bottom-up process. And in this process, involve everyone and get to the nitty-gritty of what needs to be done exactly in each sector before we begin to look at what the bigger framework of the country is. Secondly, the importance is reflected in climate change being an existential threat. When we talk about climate change as an existential threat, you may ask yourself, how? In Uganda, climate change rears its ugly head in form of too much water, leading to flooding and landslides, and secondly, in form of too little water, leading to food security issues, leading to famine. We are all aware that Uganda's healthcare system is primarily based on primary health care. And what does primary health care deal with? It deals with health conditions that affect our people in the communities. And a large proportion of what primary health care is dealing with is what we call waterborne diseases, water-washed diseases, and water-based diseases. Available data shows us that in 1 year alone, we have about 47.1 million cases suffering from waterborne diseases in Uganda. Now that is a very big disease burden in our communities, and which needs to be addressed. Because of that, it is very significant we address adaptation challenges in this sector, which helps us augment the backbone of our primary healthcare system. That is why having a national adaptation plan and here today disseminating it is a very significant moment for Uganda, as I said again. Again, I would like to underline the fact that it is a process that is long, that is convoluted, manifesting in the information that I've already shared, that very few countries as of yet are able to submit this NAP. Why is this? Is that the NAP process is a detailed process. It needs to be participatory. It needs it to be country-driven. It needs to be gender-sensitive. It needs to be bottom-up. And this involves a multiplicity of stakeholders. Bringing these stakeholders together is not a simple task. It takes a lot of effort, it takes resources, it takes a lot of time. It takes organizational ability. And for that reason, I would like to categorically commend the team that has led the development of this NAP, the Ministry of Water and Environment, together with the UNICEF and all the other partners. Our appreciation as a department responsible for climate change is very, very pertinent, especially at this time when we have navigated a process that is so convoluted, a process that is difficult, and yet other countries are still struggling with it. We'd like to appreciate so much again those partners, and even the partners that I haven't mentioned here, including all stakeholders that got involved, from the consultations, from the last mile communities and the people in our villages that made a contribution to the process that led to the development of this document. It's not just a document, it is a roadmap of how we shall be addressing the impacts of climate change in the wash sector in the next 5 years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me briefly inform you that the wash NAP, as it has been packaged together, will need a lot of resources to implement. An estimated $276 million will be required to implement all the priority actions in the wash NAP. That is an amount of money that not a single institution is able to put together. This money is not in the Ministry of Water and Environment, but this money is amidst all of us, both in the country and stakeholders who are outside the country. What does this mean? It means we must work together, again, the same way we worked together in developing the NAP, to mobilize the resources necessary to implement the National Adaptation Plan for the local sector. Implementation will be led by the Ministry of Water and Environment, and it will also involve other government ministries, departments, and agencies, including, but most importantly, the local governments. Implementation of the NAP will be anchored in mainstreaming the priorities of the NAP in the district local government development plans. It will also be anchored on the participation of the non-state actors, the participation of the media in terms of disseminating the relevant information that will drive the process of making Uganda a climate resilient country, making the wash sector a climate resilient sector. Because as we have already stated, the wash sector is the foundation of the primary health care system in Uganda. The primary health care system in Uganda is the cornerstone of the health system of the country. And there are very, very significant drawbacks if we do not build the resilience of this sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, allow me once again to appreciate the lead institutions that put together their time, resources, and effort to ensure that we have a national adaptation plan for the wash sector. We'd like to appreciate again the Ministry of Water and Environment, department led by the chairperson of the organizing committee of the 9th Uganda Water and Environment Week. Particularly appreciate Engineer Annette Nantongo, who has been very crucial in coordinating the processes leading up to this moment in time where we celebrate the achievements. There are so many of us who made contributions, and the time available is not enough to list all of you. Thank you very much, and I would like to wish you successful deliberations and also determined implementation of the priorities in this water and sanitation and hygiene sector national adaptation plan for God and my country. I declare this meeting officially opened.
I think the Commissioner deserves another big round of applause for giving us very interesting words of wisdom to help settle in and kickstart our discussion this afternoon. It's quite important for us to realize the purpose for which this document has been made, in essence that, as he did give a history, in most countries they are starting with the national level and then they go down to the sectoral NAPs. Uganda, we're trying to do it the other way around so that we capture every last detail. That's why you have the health, nutrition, agriculture, education sectors have also, some of them are developing. I think education already has. So we want to have these sector NAPs contributing to the national. and I think that will add a lot of value to that. So thank you so much, Commissioner, for those words of wisdom. Very important for us to understand, as has been the discussion before in the morning, information is needed, data is required, finances are required, but do you take time to reflect on your role as an individual? You are an expert, and that's why you're here. The ministry, the sector, and the government recognizes your role. So how do you plan on to contributing to the NAP that is being launched today? I want to also invite one of the persons that has been, who is representing an institution that has been very, very important in getting the NAP to the stage at which it is. We have, as a ministry, received support from UNICEF. This process, as you have been informed, has been iterative for a couple of years. We come together, talk about this, but there was this organization that provided the resources to make sure that the NAP is ready as of today. Please welcome UNICEF representative to give us their remarks on the process that has led to the formulation of the WASH NAP. Thank you. Stage is yours. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Engineer Wilberforce Kimezere. I work with UNICEF as a WASH specialist. I'm going to do this differently. First, I'm going to ride on the protocol, which has been set up by the Commissioner Climate Change Department. I'm just going to give a short presentation because the remarks were made by the country representative on Monday during the launch of the WASH NAP. So I didn't want to do a duplication of what was already done. And specifically today we are doing the dissemination and also the discussion. So I'm going to give a short presentation on the process which led to the development of the WASH NAP. We started engaging with the Ministry of Water and Environment and partners, calling it Strengthening Climate Resilience WASH in Uganda. So I'm just going to give a small presentation on that. Oh, okay. Sorry. So I'm going to give climate change impacts on WASH, which all of us know very well, but I feel it is good to always remind us on what we are doing in terms of adaptation and mitigation around the impacts of climate change, especially on WASH. As you all know, increase in rainfall causes flooding and landslide, and basically when you look at the impacts, we have pollution of wells, inaccessibility of water sources, damage to water and sewage infrastructure, flooding of latrines, and challenges to sustaining the water and sanitation infrastructure. And for landslides, we have destroying of water sources, pipelines, and sanitation facilities. And when we have a decrease in rainfall, definitely we have the drought. We have the impacts reduction in rural water supply, reduction in flows in rivers, increase in concentration of pollutants in water, and of course, challenges in sustainability of sanitation and hygiene. And if you look at the last column, We have the most affected areas. For instance, drought, we have Karamoja sub-region and Kitigum, which is in Acholi sub-region. When it comes to flooding and landslide, most areas in Palisa, Bulambuli, Butaleja, Kibuku, Toroko, Ngora, Katakwi, and the Rwenzori sub-region. And when it comes to landslides, of course, we have Kapchora, Buko, Bududa, Sironko, Kasese, Kwen, Rubanda, Bundibujo, and Kisoro. So these are the areas most affected in Uganda, and they are the most of our interest as far as climate change impacts is concerned. So when it comes to strengthening climate resilience in Uganda, in the year 2000, we carried out a climate risk assessment. And when we talk about climate risk, we are talking about the hazards, we are talking about the exposure, and we are talking about the vulnerability. So we are able to carry out this analysis, and the first step was to characterize the hazards in Uganda, mainly the drought, the floods, and the landslide. And the next step was to analyze the exposure, looking at people and infrastructure which are exposed to these hazards. And then we looked and analyzed the vulnerability, looking at the social, financial, physical, environmental, human, and political. And lastly, we were able to come up with the climate risk. And we published this book in, I think, 2000 and 2022, which we call the Climate Risk and Vulnerability Assessment in Uganda. And I think it is also a good book for our reference. So after doing that assessment, we developed what we call the climate rationale for WASH in Uganda. We have a document which is not published, and it is available for reference as well. And in the climate rationale, we have the result framework for climate resilience in Uganda. And that framework looks at the 3 levels. It looks at the local level, where we have the supply side and the demand and behavior side. And then we have the management and institutions. So it gives you the priorities which can be implemented as far as adaptation is concerned. Then we also have at the watershed level, and we also have the priority solutions. And lastly, we have at the national level, where we mostly look at policies, financing, capacity development. So this climate rationale and results framework are available for your reference as well. So this one led us to the development of the WASHNAP, where we looked at the response framework and also the action planning. So based on that, with support of the consultant, Professor Barasa and colleague, I'm requesting to stand up for recognition for the support you provided. So that is Professor Barasa, who supported us in the putting together this WASHNAP. And of course, the details of the WASHNAP are going to be provided by Inginianet from Ministry of Water and the Environment. So I felt I give this brief to give us a platform to listen to the presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we are all setting the tone for the meeting, and now you've had a brief, what someone would call the story behind the story. How did we end up with the washing up? It was a process, one step leading to another. Of course, there was a lot of mathematics. I could see when you were talking about the risk, you were talking of hazard, times exposure, times vulnerability. How do you assess those? How do you measure all those parameters? And the details are within this document. Also recognized is the professor who was very handy in getting this washing up. So we have, I want to say, all the experts in this room. Now, without wasting time, I would like to invite our very own engineer Annette to come and take us through the NAP. Cognizant of the fact that we may not have so many minutes with us, Annette, I will give you not more than half an hour. I believe that is justice to you, right? Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome, Annette. Please put your hands together for Annette.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Engineer Annette Nantongo, and I work as a Principal Water Officer here in the Ministry of Water and Environment. And I was part of the technical team that was overseeing this assignment. And I'll be taking you through the water, sanitation, and hygiene National Adaptation Plan for Uganda for the period 2026 to 2030. The Commissioner Climate Change has said most of the things I had put in the introduction, but I just wanted to say that wash infrastructure continues to be affected by climate hazards. And like the Commissioner mentioned, there are a number of countries that are developing NAPs, including Uganda, but it's quite interesting that these NAPs don't talk about water, they don't mention wash, and they don't mention environment. But in Uganda, we've taken the bottom-up approach, and we've developed the agriculture NAP. We've also developed the health NAP, and we've now completed the water NAP, wash NAP. So it is such a milestone for us. And all these NAPs have been guided by a number of strategic documents, both international and national. And this NAP has been developed to reduce climate risk vulnerability of wash infrastructure and services, including the people that are benefiting from these wash facilities. But in all this, IWRM remains a very key aspect because the resource, which is part of the infrastructure, needs to be protected in order for the wash services to be resilient. So the priority adaptation measures that are in this document are expected to be integrated in all national, subnational, and even community level programs and plans so that they can be implemented. So I want to share with you the process that we followed to prepare this NAP. We had a lot of document review, policies, strategies, plans, both international and national documents at all levels, which informed this NAP. This process was a stakeholder-driven process. We consulted stakeholders right from national level up to community level at all the different steps of preparing this NAP. And we also consulted multi-sectoral stakeholders, right from government officials to cultural leaders, to political leaders, to academia, and all others. And we wanted to do this to ensure that it is inclusive, it is transparent, it is effective, and that we've sought everyone's opinion. Like Engineer Chimezere mentioned, we also did a climate risk assessment and vulnerability investigations for the wash sector. And here we're mainly looking at the exposure, we're looking at sensitivity and the adaptive capacity. We then went ahead to come up with the different actions, and these actions were prioritized through the stakeholder engagement, and the priorities were also based on the regions. You find that what is a priority in the north is different from what is a priority in the east, so we did it at that level. And this was done by a technical committee that was multi-sectoral that followed up this assignment, but we also had a steering committee that gave strategic guidance to the team, and this steering committee also approved the document. Looking at the policy and regulatory framework, we consulted and were guided by a number of policies, both international and national frameworks. For example, the UNFCCC, the Kyoto Protocol, and many others. And at national level, we consulted the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the National Water Policy, Catchment Management Planning Guidelines, National Water Quality Management Strategies, and many others, as you can see. I may not be able to mention all of them, but all these are documents that guided the development of the WASHNAP. So I wanted to share with you some of the results from the analysis that we did. And the first one is on human exposure. Human are actually part of the WASH infrastructure and services. So if you look at those maps, the first one is looking at the drought hazard, the middle one is landslide and flood hazard. These are the three hazards we looked at because based on the stakeholders, these are the most common hazards. And we found that if you look at drought, most of Uganda is actually affected by drought. And you find that 60%, sorry, the figures, I hope you can see them there, I can't see them here, but 60% of the population in Uganda is affected by drought, while for landslides, about 20%. And surprisingly, for floods, it's just 5%. And this was based on the National Population Census and the disaster mapping done by OPM. Then looking at exposure of the water sources and infrastructure, the blue dots you see in the map are the water sources. So we have protected springs, we have shallow wells, valley tanks, boreholes, rainwater tanks. I can't see very well, but we had all the different sources. And you can see that in the northeastern part of Uganda, there's a very high exposure of these water sources to drought. And then looking at the next one, the next one, which is landslides, again, as expected, I think the biggest effect is around the mountainous areas, that is in the eastern part of Uganda, and also the western part of Uganda, for all the different sources. Then looking at flooding, I think the highest risk is within eastern part of Uganda. Thank you. This is better. Yes, so the eastern part of Uganda, and then a bit of the northern and western part of Uganda where we have the highest exposure to flooding. And when we look at all the three hazards together, I think we can see that the human population has very high exposure to all the three hazards. Water sources, the same. The water supply pipes are not affected much by drought in terms of the infrastructure itself, but they are affected by landslides, and the exposure is low for floods. Then sanitation facilities have high exposure when it comes to landslides, and floods. So we found that some districts in Uganda actually have very high exposure, over 60%. Districts like Ntoroko, Nabilatuk, Kapiripirit, Moroto, Kabong, Karenga, and others, as you can see. And the exposure actually causes physical damage of this infrastructure. It disrupts service delivery. It increases the risk of fecal contamination. And basically, we have a lot of public health outbreaks because of this. So there is need for integrated resilience planning and multi-hazard risk mapping. Coming to sensitivity, I'll run through this. With sensitivity, we found that there are some districts which are very sensitive to supply disruptions because they have very few water sources. Districts like Karenga, Buvuma, and Amudat, there are very few sources, and so they are very sensitive to supply disruptions. We also found that rainwater harvesting is underutilized in some districts. Less than 5% of the population are using it. And access to safe water is limited to just a few districts. And we also found that equitable access is also an issue, just like it was mentioned by Commissioner Climate Change. And sometimes the marginalized groups are affected terribly. Then all this information was used to find the vulnerability of the infrastructure and services, and we found the districts that had the highest vulnerability, the districts mentioned there: Amudat, Nakapiripirit, Nabilatuk, Bulambuli, Bududa, Kwen, Bugo, Buko, Mubende, Rubirizi, and many others. They have very high vulnerability. They have high levels of hazard exposure. They have degraded ecosystems. They have inadequate water and sanitation services and limited institutional and community capacity to adapt. But on a good side, central and southern regions have the least vulnerability. We have more resilient systems there and strong adaptive capacities compared to the other parts of the country. So with all this information and the stakeholder engagement, we came up with the NAP, the National Adaptation Plan for WASH, with a vision that all people in Uganda have equitable and sustainable access to safe and reliable climate resilient WASH services. Then the mission is to provide a framework for a comprehensive and integrated approach to climate resilient WASH systems and practices, and the goal is to strengthen and improve the adaptive capacity of climate resilience of the WASH sector in Uganda. So the objectives of this NAP are 5 of them, and we have, the first is to strengthen the enabling environment for climate resilient WASH. The second one is to protect and restore the ecosystems and water resources. The third is to guide the design and implementation of climate resilient WASH infrastructure. The fourth is to enhance the capacity of service providers. And the fifth is to promote climate adaptive behaviors in communities for enhanced resilience. So these objectives is what guided the interventions. And we looked at 5 strategic result areas. The first one is on enabling environment. The second one is on ecosystems conservation. The third is on climate resilient WASH infrastructure. The fourth is looking at capacity of service providers. And the fifth is on community knowledge enhancement. So with this, we looked at these strategic result areas under 5 components. We're looking at rural water, we're looking at urban water, we're looking at institutional water, we're looking at water for emergency, and then we're looking at the fishing community as well. So these result areas is what formed our outcomes, and under each outcome we developed outputs. So under the first outcome on enabling environment, we have 5 outputs. Then the one on ecosystem conservation has 4, and then we had outputs for each and every result area. Because of time, I may not read all of them, but the documents, I think most of you got them on Monday, and we have some more here that we'll be giving you. So under each output, we do have prioritized actions. This first output, this is the first output, climate resilient wash systems, strengthened with effective governance and policy framework at all levels, transboundary, national, catchment, district, and sub-county. So this is the first output in the slide before. I think you can see it. So each output has actions, and we developed these actions. There were quite many, but with the stakeholder engagement, we were able to prioritize them. So we have a number of outputs like developing and enforcing climate resilient wash policies, integrating climate risk assessments into different planning and budgeting processes, promoting adherence to water use permits, developing and operationalizing contingency plans for emergency wash, and so on. Moving on to the second, this is now the second output under result area 1. And this is finance and resource mobilization strengthened. We also have prioritized actions on establishing a dedicated national climate adaptation fund for the wash sector with clearly defined governance structures and transparent mechanisms, mobilizing climate finance through global wash and climate funds, strengthening public-private partnerships, developing performance-based financial institutions, and so on. And then the third output on capacity innovation and knowledge management also has a number of actions related to training wash professionals, establishing digital platforms, supporting research programs, and so many actions. So we have actions for every output, and we have a total of 82 prioritized actions in the NAP, responding to the different result areas. So the budget, for this wash NAP, like the Commissioner Climate Change mentioned, is $276 million. And this budget was developed through consultation from different technical officers and funders and CSOs. We also have prepared an implementation framework for each of the 82 prioritized action areas. We have when each action should be implemented, because this plan is for 5 years, and who is responsible. So if you look at that document, you'll be able to see each action, when it should be done, and which organizations are spearheading this. Looking at the coordination structure, we propose that the Ministry of Water and Environment spearheads the implementation of this wash NAP. And we propose that we have a task force, which is a technical team having several stakeholders ranging from UN agencies, CSOs, government officials, private enterprises, and all these have a role of overseeing and coordinating the implementation of the wash NAP for advocacy, resource mobilization, reporting, documentation, monitoring, and all that. And these people report to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water and Environment. We also propose that the existing water and environment committees within the sector and the National Advisory Climate Change Committees provide strategic guidance to this task force. We also propose that the existing committees at catchment, at district and sub-catchment level, like the district water and sanitation committees, district disaster management committees, catchment and sub-catchment management committees, all give information to this task force. They report to the task force so they can be able to report and document all that is happening related to implementing this SNAP. So looking at financial mobilization, we have a particular output within the NAP on financial mobilization, but we have a number of proposed funding mechanisms for the NAP. The first one is the government funding, which is the pillar for funding this NAP. Then we have the international donors and development partners, including the UN, SIDA, and others. Then we have non-government organizations and civil society, like the international NGOs and even the local ones. Then we're also looking at the private sector who have corporate social responsibilities, as well as public-private partnerships. Then we also looked at innovative funding mechanisms like climate bonds, microfinance, international financing institutions, which give us loans like the World Bank, African Development Bank, and others. Then we're also looking at philanthropic organizations like foundations and charitable trusts like the Hilton Foundation and also Melinda Gates Foundation. Then community contributions through user fees and local funding. So what is the entry point of the WASHNAP? This WASHNAP is timely, and there are a number of entry points for it. At national level, this NAP can be used to guide development of all other sectoral strategies, programs, budgets, work plans. National development plans can be guided by this WASHNAP. Development of transboundary water resources management strategies, national determined contributions, and other key strategic and operational documents. At catchment level, they can guide the preparation of and implementation of catchment and sub-catchment management plans, as well as source protection plans. At district level, they can guide the development of district development plans, district contingency plans, and district multi-hazard risk and vulnerability profiles. And at local level, they can guide development of guidelines, they can guide the training of the different committees, and review and designing of community-led guidelines. We also looked at some areas of complementarity of intersection with the health and agriculture NAPs. And for the health NAP, we saw that strengthening of the safer water and sanitation facilities will actually contribute to preventing waterborne diseases and promoting hygiene behaviors that are essential for infection prevention. And then for the agriculture NAP, there's a lot of emphasis on improving the resilience of water sources and ecosystem, and this is a key ingredient to agriculture because water is used for animals, for irrigation. And then we also noted that farming, farming, actually the runoff from agriculture is a source of water pollution. And so I think we need to ensure that this is addressed in order not to affect our water sources. Then we also noted that if we have wash resilient services and infrastructure, it can improve the health of the people, and hence people have enough energy to carry out agriculture, which is the backbone of Uganda's economy. So the other sections of the NAP that I've not talked about are advocacy for climate change adaptation in the WASHNAP communication strategy. It's also included monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework is clearly elaborated in the NAP, and anticipated risks and their management. I think that's it from me. Thank you for listening. And like the Commissioner Climate Change mentioned, I think this is a celebration for us as Ministry of Water and Environment to to have produced the first ever wash nap in the world. Thank you.
I think she deserves another round of applause. Thank you so much, Annette. Our colleagues, I want to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment. Thank you for coming to grace this occasion. Yes, we have been taken through this process, illustrative as it was. I mean, she managed to keep this within 30 minutes, something I didn't imagine she would do, but it took us a couple of years, moving to and fro, back and forth. I also want to recognize colleagues that participated in this. If you are part of the steering team, the team that consulted, please stand up for recognition, or you can wave to us. Thank you so much. So when she's talking of consultation, we have moved to all those people and beyond that. So now we want to move to the next level of discussion. We have been told about the process, but let's try to get opinions from different stakeholders. We have picked a panel of experts that includes local leaders, people that are working with the civil society organization. We have people that are working with the ministries, government agencies, Ministry of Finance, we have Ministry of local governments, and we have Ministry of Health, and all these persons are represented here. So we want to get their opinions. Please let me introduce to ourselves the first person on the panel, Madame Mulumba Jane Nabunya. She is the country director of IRC. Please, I invite you to the podium. I also want to introduce the second panelist, Mr. Henry Rugamba. He's a senior partner of Songa Communications, a public relations and marketing communications consultancy. Please welcome to the podium. I have a friend of mine who we met so many years ago. He's called Dennis Mugaga. I haven't seen you. We met sometime in Chankwanzi when we were being taken through as entrance in the public service. I want to welcome you, or representative, to the podium. I also want to welcome Mr. Ronald Kagwa, Manager, Production, Trade and Tourism Planning, the National Planning Authority. Please take the podium. And last but not least, from the Ministry of Health, Mr. Dr. Didakas Namanya is our climate change focal person in the Ministry of Health. You're welcome. So we have been discussing a WASH National Adaptation Plan, and in as much as the formal document was launched on Monday, the discussions that are ensuing through the entire week, you realize, all talk about climate change. And I have a few questions to pose to the panel that is ahead of us. I think we shall also have a few minutes for the audience also to pose some questions, but I want to start with Mr. Didas. As the focal point for the health NAP in the Ministry of Health, can you share with us your experience in disseminating and implementing the health NAP? How has it been so far? Because we are just at the point of launching, we want to learn from you, but also we want to get to know the things that we can avoid as a sector.
Thank you, moderator. I think I should go back to how we began. You have started from the tail end. I should start from how we began and how we came to dissemination. Allow me, sir, to say that I will share experiences from the pre-HNAP development, the actual development, and dissemination. How many minutes do I have? 1, 2?
If you can do that in 3 minutes,
that is adequate.
That would be fantastic.
Thank you, moderator. In the development stage, we did a vulnerability and adaptation assessment across the country in all the regions of the country. We covered 43 districts and over 700 health facilities. And this meant that we were looking at vulnerability in terms of the health infrastructure, the health system, but also the population, because we looked at, we contacted village health teams and looking at the communities which are impacted. So this assessment informed the development of the HNAP. And during the development, pretty the same as you did the WashNAP, we did consultations with all the stakeholders in co-designing and co-development of this HNAP. So we had people from water and environment, water from office of the, people from office of the Prime Minister, education, CSOs, and communities and districts participated in many workshops to develop this. Now finally to the dissemination, we disseminated this in August. Launching was done in August by the third Deputy Prime Minister to give it that national outlook, and it was very well received nationally. Then we have been doing actual dissemination in the communities and districts, especially starting with the hotspot districts of climate change impacts. The Elgon region, the southwestern region, Kigezi region, and the Kasese region, where climate change impacts have been affecting the health system strongly. You know, for instance, in Kasese we had the whole Kilembe hospital washed away by landslides. And so we have been doing that, and it has been very well received. And the districts, some districts have even taken up vulnerability assessments and developed their district-specific adaptation plans, which are integrated in a way that they have water, they have health, they have environment, and so on. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you so much, Dr. Didakas. I pick from you that after launching this national WASH, I think we need to now go down to the district and see how we can support them to draw their own, because I recall Engineer Annette did mention that some of the challenges we face are area specific. So that might be one of the things that we pick up as the committee, how we can move forward, but it's something very good to learn from you. I want to move to Mr. Ronald Kagwa. We are talking of the tenfold growth, and the ATM's approach, and then here we are talking about the WASH-NAP. How best can the National Planning Authority use its partnership and structures to enhance the dissemination of this document, to enhance the implementation of the WASH-NAP in ongoing activities across the different sectors of government? Because as we draw the plans, I think you help to do activities that cut across. We want to hear from you how this can be achieved.
Thank you very much, moderator, colleagues. WASH is not an option, it is a survival strategy. It touches our national development goals, poverty reduction goals, our socio-economic transformation as a country. Now we can leverage on the national planning architecture to disseminate the NAP. One will have the NDP4, which shows the country's strategic direction in the next 5 years. Fortunately, WASH was integrated in NDP4. So we have a good beginning. We just have to capitalize on that. We have the MDA development plans. Each of the ministries, department, agencies of government are required to develop plans. Again, you can use the National Planning Authority riding on its mandate to implement this WASH NAP and supporting the integration of WASH resilient NAP into the MDA strategic plans. We also coordinate district planning. Again, you can use NPA as an instrument, as an institution that influences planning at the district level to ensure that you integrate this climate resilient NAP into the district. Now, the National Planning Authority is also well planned, well positioned to develop guidelines. We develop guidelines. We can influence the development of guidelines that we can use to ensure the integration, the capacity building of NAP interventions into our planning system at local government and even at national level. So therefore, one of the key outputs that you need to come out with are guidelines. And the NPA is positioned to support you in these guidelines which will support dissemination. Now, we also issue planning call circulars. And in conjunction with the Minister of Finance, we do influence the budget strategy as well as the budget call circulars. Now, these are key instruments in planning process, in financial, disbursement. Therefore, we can use those as key, instruments that can disseminate the NAP, aspirations. Further still, we can require that we have indicators at different levels. Indicators at the local government level, WASH indicators at the national level, and these can be used to monitor the performance of WASH. And these, again, NPA can require that we have minimum investments in each sectors in the local government for WASH-related activities. So through good partnerships, you can, ensure that we have minimum investments in water and sanitation. Maybe a percentage of the budget can go to WASH-related activities. I want also to say that NPA is in charge of physical development planning. Can we make it mandatory for physical development plans to be WASH sensitive? This is a key tool that we can use. Physical development plans, we influence them. The parish development model, you've not mentioned this, it is one of the biggest areas of expenditure of the government budget. Over 3 trillion Uganda shillings goes to the parish development model. How do we ride on the parish development model to ensure the dissemination, but also funding to WASH? Now, lastly, moderator, we can table WASH as a cross-cutting issue, which has to be attended to by all programs in NDP4. So let's create partnership such that we develop sector or MDA specific, NAPs. Agriculture, for example, health and education are key, areas where you can develop, action plans, adaptation matrices that we can use for WASH. I submit here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm particularly intrigued by the fact that you propose to have WASH tabled as a cross-cutting issue. Now, in many cases in the sector, we have a challenge of accessing funds, but this is because we want to operate in silos. I look forward to how this can be integrated into the national planning, because you realize most programs, if not all, that government implements, at some point in time, water is a common denominator. But that is a discussion I want to come back to. Let me talk to Henry. With your experience as a person who is working in telecommunications, we have seen how important WASH NAP is. We have to adapt, or else the system is going to spew us out. Nature has come in, droughts and floods, our engineer has shown us, vulnerability has been shown, sensitivity has been shown, but I'm looking at how important. What do you look at as the importance of WASH NAP? And where are the gaps in communication of such national documents? As an expert, do we lack policies, or should we put up policies that can enable us to communicate to the person who is down to earth, so that they can receive this information and use it and consume it. I know engineer has made it clear that the planning was at a local level, a regional level, and a national level. But what words of wisdom can you give us?
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Robert Chisubi. The PS knows Henry Rugamba very well, so he must be wondering, when did Henry change his form and style? Henry's away and couldn't make it, and we work with him. He asked me to represent him through Annette Nantongo, who I haven't yet met, but I've spoken to several times. And thank you very much. Thank you for this amazing project. And I'll be very general. The Uganda government does not celebrate itself enough. Look at this thing. It is amazing. And this is a problem with a lot of government projects. I came early. I've been here from about mid-morning, and I've been listening. And everything you hear, it is quite amazing. And but the Uganda government does not blow, as former Ugandan president used to say, does not blow its own trumpet.
Right.
And it should. So this is quite amazing. We have, in all ministries, not just the Ministry of Water and Energy and Environment, we have very good technocrats who write very good papers, who know how to implement. You meet them and they all know what needs to be done. I think what our technocrats need is just the support and the enablers to enable them to do what it is they're supposed to do, because they know what they're supposed to do. You give people in this ministry the $276 million. What needs to be done will be done. The ministry knows the constraints. I'm an outsider looking in. The ministry knows its constraints. We can only come and you just hear from an outsider something they already know, which confirms to them that, so we are on the right track. So the policies are good. We have the right people in the right places, and we just need the people at the top to make sure that these programs are pushed the way they should be pushed. I'm not a technocrat, so I won't get involved in the technical aspects. But we've worked with the ministry before, about before COVID, where we did a project, communication, education, participation, and awareness. I didn't know the PS would be here. My question to the PS, and I don't have the shackles of a public servant, so I can ask the PS questions.
With my permission.
Has it been implemented? The PS received it January 2019. It was supposed to run for 5 years. I have no idea whether it was, I didn't follow up, I don't know. Ours was just to present it. I see Dr. Kalist moving about in his seat, so maybe it was a good thing that happened, and maybe it is being implemented. So maybe even just look back at chapter 2 of that SEPA document, and many of the things you want to do are there. So you can just build on what you did, but look at that. It talks of internal communication. It talks about climate change. It talks about using the media. It talks about, forgive me, it was about 6 or 7 years ago. I'm trying to recall. It talks about how the ministry puts out its messages. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would say my namesake. I'm also called Robert. But I still want to refer to you as Henry because you are here in Henry's capacity. I think sometimes it's very important to congratulate yourself on the achievements that you have achieved. Engineer did mention that it is the first of its kind worldwide. So that is something worth celebrating as a country. And the piece of advice given to us is, okay, then get this document to become a live document, but not somewhere within the shelves. And I think we shall be seen to have taken off. I recognized previously from the presentation that we are looking at a budget of $276 million. Stated, as I said, it sounds a very big figure. But if we look at the needs and what it's going to solve, I think it's worth taking a bite. We have representation from the Minister of Finance. And being the persons that are in charge, I just have one question for the moment. What are the economic benefits that you think that comes along with the WASHNAP? Or better still, sometimes we're being told to look at the question the other way around. What does the country stand to lose if we do not invest into the WASHNAP?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Festo Friday. I am representing Mr. Dennis Mugaga, our head of Climate Finance Unit, who is away on his annual leave. Back to the question. As the ministry, these are what the economic benefits we are seeing from this NAP. First of all, we are seeing a reduced public expenditure on health. Because this NAP is going to address the issues of diseases caused by poor sanitation and also poor quality water. So we shall see a reduced expenditure in the public and the health sector. Then secondly, we are looking at increased productivity and human capital. This is especially for women and children who spend a lot of time looking for quality water. So the time they would have spent looking for quality water, they would use that time to do other economic activities. Then third, we are looking at protection of infrastructure investments. The NAP implementation will include building of climate resilience infrastructure. So with this, we shall see reduced costs and also reduced service disruptions. Then this NAP will address strengthened water security for economic sectors, especially in agriculture. We shall have the issue of water scarcity addressed, water for irrigation, productive use. Then also in manufacturing sector, the NAP will also address the water scarcity issues. Then lastly, the NAP will increase jobs, will create jobs, especially in the in the private sector, because in the implementation, we anticipate the private sector will be engaged, especially in construction of climate resilience infrastructure. Moderator, for now, that's what I can say.
Thank you so much, Minister of Finance. Of course, as a sector, we're looking forward to how we can put heads together and tap into the available global climate funds, given the fact that this NAP is addressing issues to do with the adaptation which are a result of a climate change. I want to reflect still on what Engineer Annette presented. She did mention that the core objectives, there were 5 of the WASH NAP: strengthen, protection, guide, enhance, and promote WASH at all levels. Now, I want to come to you, Jen, with the vast experience that you have in the NGO world. We've been together. I've known Jen for nearly more than the time I've been in the ministry. She has really served this country in that capacity. So with your experience in the NGO world, do you really think that the WASH NAP is speaking to the community language? Is the local person going to fill this NAP? Or are we just drawing up another document that may not see the light of day? Do you think that it is meeting the community's needs?
Thank you very much, Robert. But let me first start with a few. Just give me a minute, just to.
I will give you 3 for the entire answer.
Okay, I'll first would like to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment for giving us civil society organizations the opportunity to be part of this very, very historic achievement. The first wash NAP in the whole world. And even when we started, we didn't know that it was going to be the first wash NAP. So on behalf of civil society, USNet members specifically who are in this room, please wave. We were given a real big, huge, humongous, if I can use all those big words, space to contribute and to be on the steering committee. I was on the steering committee with my ED, USNet, Water Aid, Water for People, Aid Environment, Join for Water. That was a great opportunity for us. But we were also trusted, we're entrusted by the government to develop the very first drafts of the monitoring and evaluation section of the document. So we don't take that for granted. UNICEF, thank you very much for the opportunity. So is this NAP speaking the language? If you had asked me that question, probably a few months ago when we received the first draft, I would have said no. And if you remember the first meeting, when we received the draft, I sat in that boardroom and I said to myself, what exactly am I doing here? But government contracted very good consultants. The listening type, they had over 200, 300, I can't remember, so many annexes, pages, huge document. And I couldn't hear the community voices. Everything was jumbled up in very good, big grammar that wasn't talking about the communities. Right now, this document really talks about the communities. And how does it do that? There's a whole chapter, actually, starting with the vision. If you look at the vision, it's on page 2. Vision and mission. It's talking about people. So that, for me, is enough. The vision and mission of the WASH NAP talks about the communities. Objectives, there are 5 objectives of the NAP. 3 of them, all of them talk about communities, fine, but 3 of them actually talk about the communities and using words like inclusive, using words like paying attention to fragile settings, refugees, talking about unserved communities, and talking about adapting to behaviors within the communities. So that, for me, is the language of communities. And then if you look at, the NAP strongly aligns with the priorities in the communities. Because of the background work that was done, the first chapters, before you get to the actual WASH NAP, which starts with, I think it's chapter 4, the priorities and the actions, that whole background really brings in the communities needs, the vulnerable groups, urban informal settlements, refugee camps. And I think for the first time, it's a document I've read that even talks about island communities. Sometimes we forget we have islands, and they have their unique issues. So it does talk about the communities there. It talks about promoting local markets, promoting innovation at the lowest level, climate smart operations that bring in women and the vulnerable groups. So for me, that is really talking about communities. The language is already integrated. You don't have to really unpack it. When you look at objective 5, we have the communities are actually allocated a whole outcome. Outcome 5 is on how to ensure resilient communities. And it really breaks it down on how to do that. Public awareness campaigns, gender responsive participatory approaches, really looking at what the communities can provide. It provides, the WashNap gets into institutions where we have our youngest communities, like in schools, where we have the sick, the healthcare facilities, and really breaks it down practically. It's not hearsay, it's not things that are out of space. The NAP will do this. The NAP will involve the communities, how in A, B, C, D ways. So the NAP really unpacks that, and I think for me, I'm really happy that there's no big grammar in this document. It's a document that I think even a primary 6 learner can read and understand. She may ask a number of questions, but I think the language in here is not, it's not pompous, it's not arrogant. It speaks to the people who are supposed to benefit from this document. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you so much, Jen. Indeed, that picks up the spirit of what we've been talking about, that this document should be live. And we need to make sure that our young generation is really able to take this on. Now, I want to make a decision on your behalf. In the interest of time, I want to think that we may not have the second round of questions, but rather I want to ask for participation from the listeners. Secretariat, we have 2 microphones here. If you have any questions, by show of hands, can I? Wow. Any questions? I see 1, 2. We want to pick all the questions at once and then have responses. I have 1, 2. Are you thinking about the questions? Or you're still making up your mind whether you can ask the question? I have 3. So we have 4 questions. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes. Start by introducing yourself and where you work, then the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'll just go off a little bit. I'll request everyone to stand. Just, if you may, please, stand. Thank you very much. If we may do this quickly. I would like us to give a big applause to our PS and his team for developing this. Thank you very much. You may sit. It's not my position, but I think it is a very good honor to be part of the occasion that we are launching, the first of its kind in the world, Often we talk of so many other things and we forget to blow our own trumpet. My name is Dr. Ronald Musenze. I'm the CEO of Air, Water, Earth, and also a lecturer at Makerere University in the College of Engineering, Design, Art, and Technology. One quick thing. When I looked at the cover, I haven't had a perusal through the NAP itself. I'm sorry to say this. But when I looked at the cover, I don't know what you saw, but for me, I see someone who is very empowered and going out of their usual routine, doing something they would not normally be doing. But with that empowerment, it comes with a big cost. Now, you see, there is a hardware that is being developed. But when we are talking about the NAP, I realized that it has more of the software aspects, and I did not get the cover of the hardware component. I understand there is a lot that has been put out in terms of development aspects, but I did not get to understand how we integrate or we intermarry the development aspects and then the software aspects. Often when we talk about WASH, we talk about sanitation, we talk about hygiene, and these are more of hard software aspects, and then the picture is never complete without the water itself being there. And we know a lot about water. The entire world is more or less covered by water, but we don't talk about just water itself, but we talk about that water which is available for ecosystem functioning, which is available for us to wash the hands and do any other chores. So how do we bring this water to the people? When we are talking about adaptation, we would be talking about maybe climate change scenarios. We talk of the extremes. We talk of the highly likely, the most likely, and then the most unlikely. Maybe today or tomorrow it will rain a lot, and then there will be a lot of water, causing floods, causing landslides. Probably it would be best for us to harvest. How are we going to get this money for harvesting this water? Maybe we follow this heavy storm with a long drought. How will the communities adapt without us putting in place the infrastructure for harvesting this water for use during this during this time? So please, if you could help us understand how we are going to get this money. And when I looked at the budget, it looked a bit big but small compared to the vision that I would think of how much would be necessary. For instance, when you talk of the 990 something millions, you know, or towards a trillion rather, I would realize that if you are going to build 2 dams in the most vulnerable areas, northeast, you know, Karamoja area, those would be like 2 dams probably. You know the costs very well. So we need a lot of money, but I haven't been able to see where we are getting the financing and how this intermarries between the financing and then the software aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm still trying to understand who the question is directed to, but I think one of the panelists will give you some response, and then myself or the commission will also come in on that. Question number 2 is here.
Thank you very much.
Please be precise.
My name is Masembe Mohammed, Drink Local Drink Tap Operations Coordinator, and our passion is in water, sanitation, and hygiene for schools. I would love to interest Dr. Kagwa and the representative from the Ministry of Finance, now that they are here. Mine is a general question, not necessarily NAP focused, but because NAP also has a budgeting issue, my issue is human capital development under the programmatic approach that government is taking now includes health, education, social protection, water, and sanitation. But it's not the leading funded program at the moment. The excitement is evident in the political circles for the tenfold growth strategy from 50 to 500 billion. What strategy do we have as the ministry and the planning authority? Riding on the evidence that everyone from the start of this workshop has been saying that addressing the human capital development issues is foundational to attaining this desired growth. What strategy do we have to convince government to take this as the leading sector in being funded such that it can become a driver and an enabler of all the other programs? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question number 3.
Thank you very much. My names are Akuch Rosette Marine, a marketing and communication specialist, and I am the marketing manager of Ultimate Clean Energy. So most of the budgets do not have a clause or that specific budget for marketing and communications. That's the reason as to why most beautiful government programs and projects like this are not amplified and are not appreciated. So my question is really to understand if you have that segment and the communication strides towards amplifying this. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question.
Thank you. My name is Richard Msings, and I'm the ED Acts Uganda. I just want to say thank you to the Ministry of Water and Environment, UNICEF, and all the organizations behind this NAP. And I think it's an approach to strengthen our culture, and any society without culture is there not to survive. My worry is, and actually this is what I am interested in. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten a copy of the NAP, so perhaps I will get one and read to understand more. But of course, I look at the risks One of them is the rapid population growth and, of course, weak policies. I am interested in understanding the policies or the strategies that we have put in place to make sure that we overcome the said risks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a moment. I want to leave the floor by asking Jen to respond to that beautiful question, which is talking about the financing shortly, then I'll be back. Please.
Thank you, moderator. I'll start with you, Professor. The document outlines everything that you have asked. Outcome 3 is on infrastructure. How to make climate resilient, smart infrastructure, how to establish that, but also connected to the financing. There's a whole section on resource mobilization and how the ministry and the partners plan to raise resources for that. As you said, the amount is huge, yes, but that's the fact. Because the NAP provides us with the fact around that. So if you look at outcome 3, you'll get your answers there if you get the NAP document. And we've also leveraged or linked it to not only Uganda. There's a whole program, the Africa Water Investment Program, that helps us to unpack resource mobilization opportunities. And it also enables us to look for partners. The NAP provides some pointers to, for example, the different financial institutions to target, how to target them, how to get to know them, what they are interested in, starting with the Africa Development Bank, for example. So, Professor, the NAP really provides that. And then a quick one, Robert, if you would allow me. To my communications colleague, section 5.5 of the NAP unpacks all that. The marketing, the communication, the dissemination, the documentation, including what he raised, that probably government is not blowing its own trumpet, how that will be done. And I think that whole section 5.5, the NAP, it's there, but if you want details, there was a whole team behind that, and communication and marketing experts were consulted. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. I want to go to National Planning Authority. There was a question addressed to you. Can you respond in 1 minute?
Thank you. It is a heavy question, and allow me, moderator, for some time to look at this. Now, water should be positioned strategically as wealth. It's natural capital, which is linked to all other forms of wealth. Produced wealth, and then the human capital. All these are linked, to water, and it's cross-cutting in all of them. So what, therefore, we need to do is to position water and, advocate for it as a critical enabler for those priority sectors that the government looks at in the tenfold growth. How does water enable agro-industrialization? How does it enable tourism? How does it enable minerals? So let us create a strategic linkage between water, environment, and those critical elements of government priority. Further still, human resource is a critical, resource, and whatever that we do is geared to the human resource. So water is life, and water drives the quality of life. The dignity of the human being is based on wash. So let us articulate all those issues in our development, strategy. Further still, let us also link wash to the macroeconomic framework. Water, natural resources, and infrastructure, just like roads, railways, airports. Water is an enabler for production to take place. This does not come out very well in our advocacy. The CSOs here, please can you package this information to talk to the priorities of government, so that government sees the returns on investment in water, in WASH. One study by the World Bank and the World Health Organization indicated that $1 invested in WASH generates $4 to $12. There is no investment with such returns. In terms of high productivity, quality of life, reduced health costs, as my colleague from finance mentioned.
As you wind up?
As I wind up, Chair, let me say that we need to mainstream WASH in the national development budgeting frameworks. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-cutting issues still coming up. Minister of Finance, you want to add something in a minute, and perhaps your parting notes as well?
There was a question on mobilization of financing.
Right, so?
Yeah, I'll approach that one. Thank you. As a ministry, what we are doing to enhance mobilization of climate financing, I will highlight some of the initiatives we have come up with, and one of them is capacity building in proposal preparation. One of the challenges has been weak bankable projects. So what we are doing now, we are doing capacity building for MDAs in project preparation and development. We started with MAIF, that's agriculture, and then the Ministry of Energy, and hopefully soon we shall on board water. Then we're also working on innovative financing instruments and strategies. We developed a national green taxonomy which classifies what is green and what's not green. So that one will also guide us in project preparation. Then we are developing a disaster risk financing strategy which has instruments that will cater for disasters, especially. We are looking at bonds, catastrophic bonds, then parametric insurance for mainly floods and drought. Then we are looking at private sector engagement. Beginning last year, we started a national private sector engagement forum, where we bring the private sector players, then the funders in climate finance space. We put them in the same room and they share experiences and they make deals. So going forward, it will be annual. That is how we are going to unlock the private sector.
Thank you. Colleagues, in the interest of time, allow me appreciate each one of you, your contribution, first of all by your presence and being attentive through this session. Allow me also appreciate my panelists. Please, a big round of applause for them. And I think they have been very good. They have been very informative, but also another big round of applause for Engineer Annette for the beautiful presentation she did. And I want to yield by inviting the Commissioner to make the closing remarks. Thereafter, we shall have the people that have presented along with the Commissioner take a group photo. Please, my panels, please still maintain your seats. Commissioner, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me to give an applause to our moderator. Mr. Robert Mutibwa has done very well. The Permanent Secretary would have made these closing remarks, but he's attending a meeting with the GCF. Again, we are looking for financing, and there's a board meeting going on, so he's joining it online. So he has requested me to send his apologies, but also to thank all of you for attending this session. Let's give a big applause to our panelists. I think they have helped us to sort of break down what is in here. but also to challenge us. That's not enough to launch the washing up. I think the hard work has started. So if we thought we are the best in the world and we have produced it, Uganda is expecting results, isn't it? So let's not just celebrate the launch, let's celebrate as we move into implementation. And on this note, we would like to call upon all of you to be part of this journey. UNICEF has supported us to develop this washing up, and now the ball is in our court. Of course, we still continue with UNICEF, but we would want everybody to come forward and contribute. The money is somewhere. Yesterday we were told that money is available. Actually, those who are worried about money, they're only saying that it's coming in a different form and you have to explore that. But money doesn't have to come in hard cash, it will come also through partnerships. If we can get Songa Communication to help us communicate, get civil society, then we shall have saved some money. So let's not be scared about this money. We can move step by step until we deliver on what is in here. Again, we want to thank UNICEF. UNICEF, thank you very much for this support. The washing up was formally launched by the Prime Minister on Monday. So today we are not going to have a formal launch, we are only disseminating it. And those who were not around on Monday, we just want to assure you that it was launched at the highest level of government, and the Prime Minister, I'm sure, will be informing Cabinet about it, so we are in safe hands. With those who are not doing well with the time, I want to request that we break at this point, we go for lunch, and we come back to resume the other session, which will be starting in about 30 minutes. But before the team goes, we'll take a group photo with them first, and then with the rest of the team, as Richard Musota informs us about the session that are going to come after lunch. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best. But just a moment for Richard to give you the program for the rest of the day, as we take the group picture.
Okay, as we take the group picture, we shall also have the hard copies of the NAP wash here. I need a team to help me distribute it to the participants here. First, we shall have our lunch at level 4. So when you exit here, you take the staircases up to the topmost. That's where we shall have our lunch. And then after lunch, we have parallel sessions that will be running. In the DWD boardroom, which is the next floor, we have paper presentations that have been ongoing since morning. So they will continue to run under the theme, investment in science, technology, innovation, and capacity building to enhance progress in water and environment management and development. Then in the Nile boardroom, which is the boardroom on the first floor, just as you enter, we have a side event on harnessing science, technology, innovation, and capacity development to transform management. This is being hosted by 2ML Consulting Limited and Kaga and Partners. Then the next side event, which is in Zoka boardroom, that is the boardroom on this floor, is advancing multi-stakeholder coordination for effective IWRM implementation in Uganda. This is being hosted by Wetenga Healthy and UWASNet. And then here, we shall have graduation ceremony of the 5th cohort of graduate trainees and mentorship and placement program. This one will be hosted by the Water Resources Institute. In the RIS boardroom, which is on the ground floor, we have an applied training on executive systems disruption for labs, why infrastructure fails and how to de-risk it before scaling appropriate technology center will be leading into this. And then in the wetland library, we shall have a youth career talk show, and this will be by Ministry of Water and Environment. The wetland library is on the same floor at the extreme end. Then first floor at the extreme end, we have the WIS room, and we have an applied training on technical training on advanced value and coupling technologies for ministry engineers. This is being hosted by AVK Group. Sondergate 33, and Denmark. So those are the side events that we shall have after lunch. Ensure that you get interested in one of them. And again, we have the exhibitions that are ongoing at the ground floor. So, sorry, in the courtyard. So make sure that you visit those exhibition stores. There is quite a lot that is running. Tomorrow we shall be back here at 9 a.m. For the dialogue. So join us at 9 exactly. And the dialogue will be ensuring environmentally sustainable and climate resilient economies and communities' income and livelihoods. So thank you. We hope to see you again in the various parallel sessions, but as well here tomorrow morning. A nice afternoon.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, we are running late. We are still waiting for the guest of honor to arrive. But please, you can talk to your neighbor, you can get to know your neighbor. Don't sit near someone you know. There are plenty of people in the room. But you can get a desk, a table, a chair, and talk to someone as you wait for everyone to turn up. There was a bit of lag from the morning session, so that's why we are delaying a bit. But as soon as we are ready, we shall be starting. Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We are sorry for the delay. We just had the earlier session. It kind of ran into this session, so we had a late lunch, but we shall be soon starting. Please bear with us. In the meantime, we are going to play a video. It will give you further more information about what we are going to be doing today. So once the IT team is ready, you'll be seeing the video playing. Thank you. Thank you, IT team. Okay, we are going to be starting, but there is a slight change in the communication, so the program is going to change a bit, and I'm going to invite the coordinator, Water Resources Institute, to highlight what has changed on the program, and then we shall start our event. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Engineer Munina, you come in front. I see you sitting behind. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session, which is our session, which is going to be almost the last session for this day. And this session is about graduation of the main graduate trainees that have completed a 12-month training, for 12 months of work experience, 12 months of being there and understanding how to mix theory and practice. As you very well know, that the Water Resources Institute is there to bridge the theory and practice, putting what we studied in school into practice. I would say our guest of honor will be arriving a bit later, but this one does not stop us from starting the session today. And we are going to start with welcome remarks by Dr. Kalisti Ndimugaya, Commissioner, Water Regulations Planning, Water Resources Planning and Regulation under the Ministry of Water and Environment. And then we shall go as the program sets forward. Dr. Kalista, welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Have we all had some lunch? The people are graduating today. Are you okay? Are you ready to graduate? So let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this session. I will be having the graduation of the interns under the Water Resources Internship, Mentorship and Attachment Program. I would like to recognize our partners, UNHCR. You know, Simon, you need to stand up so that people can give you an applause. Our partners, UNICEF. Yes, they will be given an opportunity to speak, and later on they will highlight a bit more why they are here. FAO. Yes, ADA, Australia Development Agency. We have a number of banks present here. Virginia, welcome again. We have a number of banks exhibiting down there, and I would want you to visit them so that you can see what they are doing, and we'll be happy that during this session, maybe you will also come in and highlight why you are here and what interest you have. And the rest of the team here, but most importantly, the people have been undertaking the graduate training. Gwendolyn will give you the details of why this program came into being, but every Uganda Water and Environment Week for the last 3 years, we have been having graduation ceremonies. And they always say that when you do well, you should be congratulated. And I do hope that the team has gone through this internship program successfully. But I would like to thank our partners that have supported us to have this succeed. Those who have looked after our graduate trainees, given them the attention, given them the knowledge, the experience that they have acquired. And later on, we shall hear from them. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, will be joining us later, and will also highlight the direction the Ministry of Water and Environment is taking. But I must say, we are handling this with both hands, and we are ready to move this program a notch higher and we are even allocating resources within the budget, the government budget, to make sure that we take on as many as possible. But we know we are having many coming from academic institutions, so we really need to mobilize resources from various partners, and I want to call upon the partners that have not yet joined this program to join. The partners that have been part of this program, we want to thank you and hope that we'll continue with you in this journey. I wish you all the best. Let's continue celebrating this achievement. Later on, we shall have an opportunity to actually hear from the guest of honor, who will be giving us the overall direction of government with regard to attachment, mentorship, and internship. Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
IT, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be taking you through just an overview of the program, very well knowing that this program is called Mentorship, Attachment, and Placement, and is under the Ministry of Water and Environment. I would wait for to project my presentation. Again, thank you for being here with us this afternoon. I'll just give a brief background of the Water Resources Institute, and then I will finally come to the real cause of this afternoon, the program, Mentorship, Attachment, and Placement Program of the Ministry of Water and Environment. Okay, thank you. The Water Resources Institute, at least all those who are graduating today, you've got a chance of coming to the Water Resources Institute. Our compound is in Entebbe, but we are part of the Ministry of Water and Environment. So far, when they talk of saying we are in the 9th Uganda Water and Environment Week, maybe also the Institute, we are at the same age as the Uganda Water and Environment Week. The Institute was launched during the first Uganda Water and Environment Week in 2018, and we were launched by the then the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Dr. Hakana Rugunda. So what is our mission and our vision? Our vision mainly is to looking at the Uganda's water resources are optimally utilized for all users. When we talk of all users, we look at water. Actually, I would say every sector we are here, as we live here, it has water. Some has it as a low product, some has it as a way of cleaning their equipment, cleaning their machines, and all of us here, we also have water in our bodies and plus our plants. So that's how important water is, and the Water Resources Institute looking at equitable and optimizing the uses. The mission is be a center of excellence. We are focusing on being a center of excellence, and we hope we are there. I hope we are going to be there in a few days from now, a few years from now. That cutting edge applied research, training, and also to have a neutral place for dialoguing on sector issues. We also look at building the capacity of the professionals across all levels of water and environmental resources. We also, that part of the vision to influence practice and policy for sustainable socio-economic development of our country, Uganda. As we talked about of being a center of excellence, we had the word applied training, we had the word applied research, we had the word neutral place for dialoguing. So even our 4 focus areas are applied training, applied research, dialoguing, and outreach. So under the applied research, we have hands-on. Taylor, when I was starting, I said we are here to bridge the gap between theory and practice, knowing very well we do a lot of theory when we're in colleges, when we're in schools, but when it comes to real work activities, we need to have a hands-on training to refresh our mind, to build our capacity, so that we can deliver good services to our communities and also our national development. We have got demonstrations, we have got lifelong learning, have space for training and reflection, And these trainings are matching the needs of the sector. So when you look at what we've done as a mentorship, as an internship, and also supervision and training, it also meets the needs of the sector. We need professionals who can easily implement the sector objectives, the sector functions, and also making sure that we serve our communities, we live in the communities that are under our jurisdiction. So far, we said it was established in 2018. Since that time, we have about 4,000 plus professionals have been built capacities, have been trained in skilling, and this one is not only the national people, but we do regional training, regional participants, international participants that come over to the Water Resources Institute and be trained. The trainings can either be hybrid, can either be fully online, or they can be fully physical to allow everybody to participate. When we consider hybrid, it means we want a big range of people to participate in those training. When it is under online, we allow people to train at their own pace. And we do it with other partners, I would say like CAPNET, we do other partners, Makerere University, do IRC, we do Water for People. These partners have been supporting the Water Resources Institute to build capacity of the water and environment sector professionals. Our capacity building initiatives also includes mentorship. This is a different type of mentorship. They'll be graduating tomorrow. The 5th cycle is graduating tomorrow. This is mentoring ladies and gentlemen between the fresh and the mid-career on how to go beyond the technical part of the water and environment, how to look at how can we communicate, how do we defend ourselves, how do we jungle between family and work. So this mentorship program looks at leadership skills and also technical skills, and so far we've done 260. Tomorrow we are going to graduate about 97, so the 260 tomorrow is going to be more. I didn't put in the tomorrows because they have not yet graduated. And these ones actually, we have got 30 mentees graduate from the 4 cohorts. That's the 4 cohorts. We are going to be the 5th cohort. We've got also trained professionals on transboundary water resources management and governance and international law, and also hydro diplomacy. Very well, if you are not aware, you know Uganda's waters are almost 100%, near, I would not say 100%, about 90 plus transboundary waters. So to manage the water resources, we need to cooperate with our neighbors, we need to cooperate with our region so that our water resources are managed. And in that process, we train people on how to look at international laws, hydro diplomacy, diplomacy of the water, and governance so that we can be able to live in harmony with our neighbors, at the same time protect our resources and also utilize our resources in an equitable and sustainable manner. They apply, and this, after gaining this training, we're able to apply the knowledge gained. We, the ministry here in Uganda and other partner states. We have applied research. I said one of our other focal areas is applied research. And we may ask, why do you say applied research? Research has been ongoing on, but we're using the word applied research. That's the research that informs decision making, research that is focused, research that is targeted at the challenges and issues that are facing the sector, and that's why we say applied research. I don't want to do a research and it sits on my desk, sits on my table, sits in my library. We want to do the research that informs the decision makers with the scientific knowledge, and also at the same time that if I'm going to do a decision, I need scientific evidence that the decision I'm making for the communities, it has evidence that we need to take it up in the parliament, among our top management. So that's why it is called an applied research. The institute, through the Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Water Resources Institute, has developed the research agenda for water, environment, and climate change. And actually it was launched during the last Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025, and has got thematic areas. I'm not going to take through the research, but the research is available on the research agenda is available on the website of the Ministry of Water and Environment. If you want to get more details of the research agenda, you can easily visit our website and you look at the thematic areas that are going to be focusing under this research agenda. And very well, don't say that's all of it. It is a moving document. It can be changed according to the needs of the country. It can be changed according to the challenges that the sector is facing within the country and within the region. So this is a research agenda that is being used to direct the research under water and environment and climate change. So far, not only that, we've been training people on how to write papers, on how to write an abstract, on how to present, even how to write a PowerPoint presentation, how to present themselves when they're presenting papers. So far, on the next floor, there are paper presentations going on. These are the researchers who always train on how to improve on paper presentation, how to improve on abstract writing, and how to improve on paper writing. And this group is going to be adding on to what we trained for the last 8 years. We have got, through this research and this applied training, or rather applied research, so far we have got about 600 plus paper presented. And these have been presented through the 8 Uganda Water and Environment Week period. To disseminate information on research, on the practice, on the policy, we always have monthly webinars, and monthly webinars are open to everybody. You can be a scientist, you can be a researcher, you can be someone in practice, you can be a student, you can be a professional, you can be a lecturer. At all levels, the webinars are open to everybody to participate, and they are not only for Ugandans, but even across the globe. Of recent, we had someone from Senegal that presented to us on youth involvement in climate change. So that means even if you're a youth, your webinars are open to you. So far, we've had 35 webinars, and we'll be having 38 next month, 36 next month. When you talk of dialogues, the dialogues, I said one of our focal area is dialoguing and creating a neutral place for people to discuss, to dialogue, as we are going to have also a dialogue in this presentation in this evening, to dialogue on issues that affect the sector. I mean, water and environment and climate change. And we don't speak to ourselves. We allow outsiders, we allow our partners, we allow our donors, we allow our communities to come and dialogue on issues that impact onto the sector. It can be financial dialogues, it can be innovative dialogues, it can be social dialogues that really come and eventually help the Ministry of Water and Environment to improve on service delivery of water, environment, and climate change. So far we had 41 dialogues, and these have been also held either under the Water and Environment Week framework or outside the framework of Uganda Water and Environment Week. We do outreach and advocacy, that as one of our focus areas. The major outreach that we do every year is the Uganda Water and Environment Week. This one has played, if you have been participating, if you have been listening in on radios, on TVs, or social media, you can see how the Uganda Water and Environment is an arm or a tool for outreaching to so many people to understand the water and environment and climate change, to know where they can participate, to know how they can get involved in conserving the ecosystem, to know how they can get in conserving the water, how to utilize the water in an efficient manner, how to do chain. You know, when you talk of wash, for instance, I can supply you with clean water here, and you fetch the water from a borehole, very clean with no bacterial infection. But on the way you transport the water up to the time you drink it, it can be polluted along that chain. So this outreach even tells the communities on how to make sure that the water collected is safe and healthy water. The quantity you get, if you have enough water but it's polluted, that is not available. So all these cases, we do outreach. We do outreach through work for Water and Environment Week. We have so far done 8 walks. Then the last one was this year, that was in this month. They ended their work on 19th. And this outreach, you bring students, you bring children, you bring cultural leaders, bring religious leaders to come and see how we can progress in management and development of the water and environment resources. And remember, when you look at these stakeholders, they have a big follow-up. They have a big community that if a leader talks about, please don't cut trees, the community that is around that leader, the community that is behind that leader, will be able to influence the community not to cut trees. That's the concept. That's the essence of having an outreach to reach far beyond us here in the boardroom. So for that, the outreach I'm talking about, we've already talked about the walks. We are also publishing magazines every year during the Uganda Water and Environment Week. We do water and environment magazines, and are always posted on our websites. They're already actually, some have been printed as hard copies, and websites also can look at our magazines for the last 8 years. Excuse me. Also, we communicate and publicize. Excuse me. Excuse me, let me have some water. Way of an innovation within the Ministry of Water and Environment is not forget about our professionals that have retired, but not tired. So we have got retired professionals, and these retired professionals includes the people, the real, the scientists, non-scientists, lecturers, the ministers, everybody that can support the sector. That's why you say that our sector is beyond engineers, it's beyond scientists, it involves everybody, and that's why you see when I talk about the internship, we are looking beyond, because the water and environment sector is integrated, it is holistic, and even under the retired professionals, you bring everybody that can support the sector, knowing very well the policy of the government at 60 years you are supposed to retire, but doesn't mean that you don't know the knowledge. We use these retirement professionals to transfer knowledge, that is generational knowledge transfer. The old can transfer the knowledge they know about the sector, the knowledge they know about what is happening in the country to the young generation, so that there's continuity in the sector and in the sector delivery of services. So far we have got 97 retired professionals. We had the second batch signing contracts, that was about 60 that signed the framework contract last year in November. That's what makes it 97 this year. And this one signed a 3-year contract. Doesn't mean that this retired professional can only be used by Ministry of Water and Environment. No. The scheme is open to everybody. If you are in a different private sector and you wish to tap into the retired professionals to give you an idea, to be a consultant, please, you are welcome. You can go through the Water Resources Institute and be able to call upon these retired professionals. You don't need to go through the process of procuring them, because they already have a framework contract with the Ministry of Water and Environment. It's only to call on them and say we need these services for us. If you are CSO, you can call on them. If you're private sector, and all these ones, people can be engaged in transfer of generation knowledge from the old, the young. They can even be hired as consultants, individual consultants or group consultants. So that's the retired professionals that we already running around in the water. It is almost about 3-4 years since this scheme has been on in the Ministry of Water and Environment. Through these partnerships, through Uganda Water and Environment Week, through outreach, through dialoguing, through applied training, the Institute, through the Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Water Resources Institute, has managed to attract partners. Partners are supported the Water and Environment Week. Partners are supporting applied training. Partners are supporting Internship and Mentorship and Placement Program. As you heard from the Commissioner saying, this program is run in partnership with several partners, with the lead, UNICEF and UNHCR. But other partners are taking up our graduates, other partners are supporting us financially. So Ministry of Water and Environment treasure and respects partnership. And so far through all this time of our existence, we've managed to attract about 60 organizations supporting the sector, at the same time supporting Ministry of Water and Environment, and also supporting the Water Resources Institute. We have also, even this time I talked about saying that we don't only look at professional partners, we look at even partners that attract a crowd. These involve the churches, involve the mosques, involve the cultural leaders. They have a big support that if something is of necessity for the ministry to pass over to the communities, the church can easily pass over the message. And that's how the partnership comes in to make sure that we improve and enhance the service delivery of WASH, environment, and climate change issues. There you have a Bankers Association, private sector. Of recently, we signed an MOU with Uganda Bankers Association, and this meaning all the banks around, when the commissioner was talking about, we have got some partner, Equity Bank is seated there. That's how we are trying to make sure that we enhance financial and funds for the sector through tapping into the commercial banks. Here, we also have partners and people appreciating the Water Resources Institute, appreciating the Ministry of Water and Environment for being innovative and doing things that people never do, other sectors never do. We have got people who visited our Water Resources Institute from the Water Resources Center of Excellence for Tanzania to benchmark and see how have we managed to do it. And then so maybe take the knowledge gained back into improving on their institute. We have got University of Juba, they were trying to develop a Water Research Institute, and they came visiting the benchmark with the Water Resources Institute. So, why are we here today? We have people who are graduating under the program of Internship, Placement, and Mentorship of Ministry of Water and Environment. And this one, I would give just a small background. This is a small brief of what is all about. We have that since I talked about of saying that the water and environment sector, we approach it in a holistic and integrated manner. So when we are choosing the interns to be mentored, interns to be attached to the people, we don't look at only engineers and scientists, but we look at a bigger range of people that impact people that always support the implementation of activities of the water and environment sector. This program considers both female and male. At first, we are looking at engineer ladies, and also we are looking at the public health personnel for male. But eventually, after finding that there was so much people interested and the impacts were so great, we said, let us continue to expand this program. So that's why I'm saying we are looking beyond scientists, and non-science are also included. The objective of this program, to provide fresh graduates and early career professionals with an opportunity to put into practice skills and knowledge they have acquired while in school. It is a 12 months. Actually, it ranges between 6 to 12 months. It doesn't mean that you can't do for 6 months. If you have someone who wants an intern for 6 months, a graduate trainee for 6 months, we shall say, okay, these are the intern you can mentor, these are the intern you can train for the 6 months. So we have, when you look here, those who are going to graduate, there are some who did 6 months, there are some who are doing 12 months. So this is the flow of work. If you want to be recruited, we advertise, we shortlist, and we attach for the 12 months. This is a small flow of how this internship program is being implemented with our partners. At the same time, I say everything here in the Ministry of Water and Environment concerns partnership. So this under mentorship, internship, and attachment program, the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resources Institute, it enters into partnership. I said, these people are going to graduate today. They're not only in the Ministry of Water and Environment or its programs or its projects, they're also being attached with our partner organization. The partner may say, I need about 5 graduate trainees. So another partner says 10. Another partner says, I want 2. So all the demands or all the requirements of these partners, we put it together, send an advert, pick up on fresh graduates, then we go through interviews, and then we attach them to different organizations that are in need of this manpower. Approach and implementation, as I said earlier, we do it through partnership, and this actually has exposed the fresh graduates and early career professionals. When I say early career professionals, you don't have to have finished 5 years and say your early career. The ones who have just been maybe graduated last year and they have not been having jobs, and they want to be included in this program, we consider them Those who graduated maybe 1.5, 2 years ago can be considered, but not 5 or 10 years. We always have a limit of giving those who are not yet having jobs, but it can be also taking this an opportunity to be given an opportunity to be trained and also mentored. So far, I would say we have trained, mentored, and attached about 175 graduates. We have got about 105 female and 70 males, and they've had a very strong impact on the sector they're attached to. The biggest number actually goes onto humanitarian sector. They're the ones who take the biggest number, but also our partners can take 3, 4, 5 like that. And this humanitarian sector, we attach them to those organizations that are in the humanitarian sector. You would see how you have a water mission, you have got in some museum, you've got so many FW. So that's where these mentees have been attached. I would give you a history. We started this thing way back in 2021, and it was started between Oxfam, and eventually Oxfam found that, hey, then UNHCR joined, then Ministry of Water joined. So it's been a gradual expansion, a gradual enhancement of this partnership, of this attachment, mentorship, and replacement program. Unfortunately, during the first time of this program in early 2021, 2022, 100% of the interns were retained to boost the technical capacity of these organizations. But you know very well the number might have not been big. Don't say, but this recent you have only 65 retention. Because as you expand, you get more people. And this organization, they cannot take 200 people at the same time. So that's why the percentage is reducing, but the number of people being retained will almost remain the same. It is only the percentage of those who have been attached to compare to what has been retained in the partner organization. They will also hear from the partners. This has also reduced the costs of operations at the partnership level. It has also enhanced staff presence in the partnership, so that you may find the staff already, instead of saying this one has been sent here, so there's a gap here, they fill that gap because they are there, they've been trained, they've been given an opportunity to have hands-on training, they can do even work. For that 12 months, they would have been a cream that you can be taken by the rest of the people. And also we have got 15 partners that have been engaged and have supported this program. Can support financially, can support by taking a graduate trainee, can support by even training the graduate trainees. I would give an example like Davis Initiative comes and trains them on wash aspects, pumping using solar pump. We can have partners who can come and train on wash in emergency. So all these partners support the program. And this program has shown us that it can be expanded to increase the number of the graduate trainees. I want to finish here. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Madam Gwendolyn, for such an exhaustive explanation for what we are here today and what Water Resources Institute does. For those who have just joined, you haven't missed much yet. And now we will be going to the next item on our program, and that's communication from our beautiful partners. So we shall start with UNHCR. They will come and give us communication.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish I was coming to speak on the capacity that I sit in my office. But unfortunately, I am going to speak on a different capacity. I greet you all, and you're most welcome. Thank you, moderator, for the day. Thank you, the Water Resources Institute, Gwendolyn. I was given a speech to read, and I'm going to try and read it as far as practicable. Okay? So, the UNHCR in Uganda is working together with the Ministry of Water and Environment, but most importantly, we work with the government of Uganda under the support of Office of the Prime Minister to support the refugees who are fleeing their countries. By the time you left your home this morning, by the time you're reaching here, at least around 200 refugees had crossed the country after they'd walked for more than a week in areas that are not familiar and in areas that are not safe. So by the time they arrive, they are tired with no hope. And then UNHCR comes in to support the government to put in some hope. So we receive them at the border crossings, process them, and then bring them into settlements in this country. The country has more than 12 refugee settlements across a geographical span of more than 1,000 kilometers. And within that, we now have close to 2 million refugees in this country. And I'm sure many Ugandans do not know this. So the speech I'm going to read is from the country representative of Uganda for UNHCR, who is not able to come and decided that I come and read it on his behalf. I wish he had picked someone else, but I hope I'll try and do it to his liking. All right, so the guest of honor in absentia, Madame Jane, the Deputy Head of Public Service, in charge of performance and service delivery. The Permanent Secretary, who is not yet here, for the Ministry of Water and Environment, Dr. Alfred Okoto-Kidi, and they are distinguished UN head of agencies who have been invited to this. Our donor, I want to emphasize that, our donor for the mentorship program is Austrian Development Agency, well represented by Dr. Engineer Kenneth. I want to finish all the assignments that I was given in pronouncing people's titles well, because people went through difficult times to get these titles and they need to be acknowledged. Doctor, you're most welcome. It's an honor that we're here with the development partners, humanitarian partners, private sector, who have really supported this program. And in this 5th graduation class, we are here to celebrate their achievements. They know the challenges they've gone through. So it's a singular privilege to stand before you today on behalf of the representation in Uganda for UNHCR, and there is no better occasion than this. So like it was represented since 2021, UNHCR has also invested in this program, supporting the payment of their incentives and then deploying them and supporting the ministry until the launch about 2 years ago that our representative then, Mr. Matthew Krensil, made a pledge. And he said UNHCR will continue to support the program within the funding landscape that we're in. And in case of anything, the ministry, the government is bigger than any other arm, and they are the best to take it forward. So we invested in this program because we believe that the most sustainable answer to the current humanitarian crisis in this country is to have homegrown talents. So this program is very important because then we bring professionals that will build the capacity and shape real field experience in them, and they will be able to take up the roles. So they have been mentored by the best in the sector, and they have been deployed at scale. The numbers have been growing since the start in 2021, and now we are glad to say 175 is passed on by today. So the answers we're looking for in humanitarian challenge is answered through the team that is seated here and going to be graduating today. So at the launch of this program, our representative made a pledge, and he said we shall continue to support it. So we thank the donors who has continued to support it. We thank the partners who have come in to complement. And also, we look at it as it's something which is not completed. We have just started. So in view of this, these graduates really represent what is possible within the humanitarian landscape. We think that it can be scaled more than we have done right now, and UNHCR is available to support this program more and more. We know we are having challenges of funding, but we also know that we cannot drop the program because it's one of the most successful programs in UNHCR and across the region. So it is this investment that we feel is a little bit innovative in terms of capacity development, in terms of HR improvement. And this year's theme of innovation, of sustainability, fits most into this that we're doing. So it would be a mistake for us as UNHCR to think that we can do this alone, and that's why it was launched and handed over to the Ministry of Water and Environment. And we also appeal to the UN agencies, sister agencies, so that within the coordination structure, under the country coordinator of the UN, the resident coordinator, to bring in more UN agencies. And I'm glad that FAO is in. UNICEF has been in from the beginning, and we expect more UN agencies to come in. Now that we are getting into structured funding from the UN under the UN OCHA, we think that we'll be able to put in more, and not only in the wash or water and environment, but also to other sectors like health, protection, education, and all that. So to our donors and the development partners, you have directly demonstrated that you know what is required for us to come out of the silos and to come out of the challenges that is relating to funding, bringing in something sustainable. And to the government, lastly, your leadership in hosting the refugees is greatly appreciated and is not taken for granted. And we are one of the countries hosting the highest number of refugees in the world. But in Africa, we are the highest as Uganda. So we look to the government as a partner that is going to create more enabling environment. The policy framework is much better. And we know that the graduate training program will be absorbed more into the work stream and the funding stream of the government. And I know that the PS and Dr. Khalis has been really promoting this. And to every partner in the room, the question is not whether you can afford to join the program, but the question is whether you can afford not to join it. So from what you will hear today, you will understand that you cannot afford to miss it. And lastly, to the graduating class, I think their faces are shining more than most of ours. You have completed something that required more than being academic in nature. And you have demonstrated your technical competence in the areas you have been recruited for. And you have shown that you can translate what you have learned into tangible results to help those who are in need. And I know you have received one of the most fulfilling experience of your life, because when you help someone who is poor and vulnerable, there is a reward. So UNHCR is proud of you. We feel that the humanitarian sector is richer now and the communities you have served are much better and safer than when you found them. So the door is open. And I know that it depends on what you will do with the open doors. So you walk with it, you go into it, and you should be able to know that serving humanity does not end in the settlements you are in. It is still going to continue. I thank you, and we know that the government will take this forward. Thank you very much. You know, I was struggling, so let me now speak to the trainees as myself, as Simon. The other one I was just reading, and it was written in English that I don't understand well. Okay. I know this team, the 5th team, were the team that were less supported in the program. We agree? Because you don't know what happened to the 3rd, the 4th, the 2nd team. That's why you do not agree. So this team struggled on their own, including some of them being given settlements to run without them either having the expertise. It was just about presence. And as we speak right now, there are some of them who are managing a full settlement. The responsibility of providing water and sanitation services within the settlement lies in their hands. Why? Because there are no funding to put in professionals who have been in the sector for 5, 6, 7 years. All those who have been in the sector for so many years have been asked to leave because there are no funding. So I want to emphasize how important this program is and will continue to be. Because without them, 230,000 refugees seated in BTBD would have no one with a little sense of responsibility or a little understanding of what the infrastructure of water supply entails. There are those who are seated in a settlement called Palorinia without even the understanding of the systems, but they still sit there and represent a full partner, represent a full sector. So that means we should clap for them more than we are planning to clap. So I want to tell the graduates who are going to leave today that when you come out of a graduation, it's just an open door, it's an open opportunity. And when that opportunity opens, what you do with it is what determines what you will be. And I want to give you just 4 principles that you could use. And I'll just list them. The rest you'll go and study them. So when a door opens, a full settlement is there for you. What do you do with it? When you come out of a door, the direction you take is the most important thing. It's not the speed with which you travel the door. That's why I always say, when you find a man running in the wrong direction very fast, that man does not need motivation for speed. He needs knowledge for redirection. So the path you are going to take from the door that has opened will determine where you will go. Are we together? That's the first thing, the path you will take. And if you are a Christian, you will understand that you ask the Lord for a path, and He will establish it. The second thing I want you to know is, after a door is open, is about the people. Is the man, are the people right? Tell me your friends and I will know who you are. And then, the man who brought you here may not be the same man who will take you there. So that means you need to change. That means not every person is a friend. So you need to know who will lead you to the next level. Those who helped you while in the settlement may not be the best to take you to the next level. That's number 2. Number 2 is the right people. If you want to be wise, you engage with the wise. You cannot have a friend who you are brighter than the friend. You need to have a friend you are 5 times. You have to have a friend who is brighter than you 5 times, or older than you 5 times. And for that nature, my friends have always been people who are older than my father in age. Those are the ones I used to call my friend because they help you. So the right friend is the right person. Number 3 is the right system. System will help you to sustain. So we brought up a graduate mentorship program that has become a system and is going to help us to sustain this moving forward. And then the structure. The structure is what brought you here cannot take you there. The knowledge of yesterday is not the same that you will need for today. And if you're a reader of the Bible, when David was given the hammer of Saul, he said, no, this is too old for the battle I'm going for. It's too heavy for the battle I'm going for. So whatever system, whatever knowledge you have that has brought you here will not take you there. So that means you need to innovate and keep learning. I want to thank all of you for hearing. And in this graduation, you'll be better than what you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. I know you couldn't resist giving us your remarks. I know the speech was hindering you. A round of applause for Simon, please. Simon, so for me, I'm not your friend. I'm not old enough. No, just joking. Thank you so much. So our next speaker will be a representative from UNICEF. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know it is not a good time of the day after lunch, when most of us, especially the one who look like me in terms of age, go to sleep. I'm going to ride on the protocol, which has already been established. My name is Engineer Uwewk Kimezere. I work with UNICEF as a work specialist. I don't have a written speech like Simon, so I think I was spared. First, I want to thank the Water Resources Institute under the Ministry of Water and Environment for coordinating this program over the last 5 years. I think they have done a wonderful job of coordinating this under difficult conditions of financial resources constraints. Then I want to thank UNHCR, especially Simon, for developing this concept and having the passion for it. I think 8 out of the 10 times Simon calls me is talking about this program. So I know he has a lot of passion for this, and I'm sure if he was not there, this program would have struggled in one way or the other. I also want to thank the partner organizations. These are the organizations who really impart the skills to our mentees. Some of us sit in the office, and our job is to direct as if things are very easy. But our partner organizations are the ones who take on these mentees, and they mentor them for the full 1 year. So I want to thank them very much. For the mentees, I want to thank you for accepting to be part of this program. I know it is not easy. Some of you were sent to BDBD. Some of you were sent to Nachi Valley. These are hard to reach and hard to stay areas. And as Simon has said, this time they left you on your own. So I don't know how you managed, but somehow, what the report we are getting that the people of concern, we are able to receive the services and the services of good quality. I want to urge you, as you have graduated, to remain with this attitude. As they normally say, skills training is one thing, but attitude takes you to the right altitude. So I want you to remain with this attitude, and I know the sky will be the limit. As UNICEF, we shall continue supporting this program in our small way. As I said earlier, we have financial constraints, but somehow we shall ensure that we are part of this program moving forward. With these few remarks, I want to thank Gwendolyn for giving me and UNICEF this platform. I wish you well.
Ned, those are not hands for someone who has committed to. Thank you so much, UNICEF. At least we know next year we shall be here still. Thank you. So, still with partners, we are going to have a representative from FAO talking to us.
Good afternoon. Protocol observed. Martin Ameo is my name. I'm the Assistant FAO Representative in charge programs. I've been was assigned to represent the FAO country representative who is away out of the country on official duty. I don't have a formal or written statement. However, I will highlight a few things. One is that FAO, being a food and agriculture organization of the United Nations, our focus is to promote, address issue of food security, nutrition, and agricultural development. Now, we have water as a critical aspect, certainly, in this area of food and agriculture. We preach about better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, which we call it 4 betters. That's our aspiration. But within this, water is very crucial in terms of these different areas, whether in production, whether in nutrition, whether in environment, and whether in improved livelihoods. So we have a wide range for which water is applicable, for which we need, as we do production, we are also mindful of the environment. So the Water and Environment Week certainly is of much importance and relevance to the Food and Agriculture Organization.
and especially in light of the theme, which is talking about a prosperous Uganda. So in this regard, we find this kind of very critical, and therefore the human resource that is coming out from this internship program is certainly very critical. I know you have the focus has been more work in the refugee settings, but I believe that the skills set can be transferable, can be utilized beyond the refugee settings to address challenges on water resource management or water and sanitation issues, because even in terms of nutrition, issues of water and sanitation are very critical. That's why I mentioned in terms of the format. I'm not going to the details, but there's all the relevance that these skills, I believe, can be applied in these different areas. And therefore, we would like to thank the graduates and congratulate you for the engagements that you have gone through. It's one thing getting theory, but the next thing also getting opportunity to practice what you have learned. So I think it is a great opportunity that you got among many who may have wished to have this chance, but a few of you got this chance. So thank God that you were selected and went through the process. I've been hearing that there was a difference between this and the other cohorts, but nevertheless, there are many people who are seeking for opportunities for internship. Where I sit, we get a number, and unfortunately, we are not able to provide these opportunities. So this is kind of a great opportunity that you have had to go through this internship, much as there might have been challenges, but those challenges are also part of learning. So it can also be an advantage that you have gone through this in that manner. You might be more skilled and more capacitated to deal with the real life challenges in this world. So I want to thank you so much for finishing up the process successfully, and so now you are able to move from theory to practice, to the real world life situations, to address issues of water and sanitation wherever you'll be. That, as I said, there's little that now you need to do to move this into other areas that you might find yourself in terms of addressing also other dimensions in other sectors. I want to thank certainly the Water Resources Institute and the Ministry of Water and Environment for this initiative. It's a great one, well thought, and it's much appreciated. FAO was nominated recently to be part of the steering committee for the Water Resources Institute, and therefore we'll be learning more about what the institute can do, and also possibly beyond what is currently being done, and see how this can also be applicable to other sectors. The graduates can have more skills and possibly beyond the current area. So we'll be available to learn, exchange with the Water Resource Institute management, and see how best the graduates also apply to the interest, more to the interest of the various organizations dealing with food and agriculture. We want to thank the UNHCR and UNICEF and many other partners, maybe from the UN sector, for this initiative. As UN, our responsibility is to address the challenges and the needs of the countries, member countries, and so I think this is a very a relevant area that UNHCR and other partners, the development partners, have contributed to in addressing the needs and the challenges in the country. I want to appreciate you so much on behalf of FAO for this initiative and support that you are giving to the Water and Environment Ministry and Uganda at large. I want to certainly thank other players You see, like for us in the areas of agriculture, certainly water is critical, but also the farmers cannot do without other services for them to successfully produce the food that we like, to be able to produce the products that we need to sell. We need a lot. One of them is just water. The other areas I've heard about, the banks are here. We need money. The farmers need money to do farming. And now that we talk about more production, increasing productivity, areas of production are decreasing because land is dropping, the population is growing, and therefore we need more intensified production. People need new practices. People need money to do better production, to be able to sustain food production that can sustain the increasing population. So there are very many actors, certainly, that we need from the food and agriculture sector, and we are very grateful that we are associating also then with this week, because water is very crucial for food and agriculture. We also appreciate many players to provide input in supporting this sector. I want to thank you all. I want to thank the graduates. Congratulations again. Go and do your best. Show your professionalism. We want to see the difference between you and others who possibly have not gone through this. I hope that we can interact in the space of this country and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Martin. Now we are going to have a snippet into what these people have been undergoing. We are going to have Gomshawe Joet take us through the next section. It's a panelist and it's going to be made up of the trainees. So please, a round of applause as she comes.
Our dear guests, representatives from the Ministry of Water and Environment, our donors, our partners, and fellow graduates, good afternoon to everyone. You're all most welcome to this graduation training ceremony. My name is Joet Gumoshawe. I'm a 5th Cohort graduate trainee. I was placed under SAMI's training of social development in Romanja settlement. When we talk about water and environment, we talk about communities walking long distances, accessing water, safe water. We talk about farmers who are struggling with unpredictable weather, and then we talk about that the wetlands that are being degraded. As of today, we have seen science and technology changing how we respond to these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are exploring the sub-theme 2 that focuses on how science, innovation, technology, and capacity building, how it can accelerate the progress of water and environment in this sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our panelists who have gone through this graduate training and would like to hear from them. At this juncture, allow me to invite Deus Bainomugisha. Please come over and take your seat. We have Sarah Naturinda and Prose Orishawa. Thank you so much. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. I will invite each panelist to briefly introduce your name, your area of experience within 1 minute. Over to you, Deus.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Protocol observed.
Please be audible.
My name is Venom Shadeus. I'm a 50 graduate trainee. I was under the 50 cohort. I was placed in aid environment by the Water Resource Institute under the Ministry of Water and Environment. And in my training, I've interacted with various project activities. I was placed in Kapchorwa. Mainly, there were 2 project activities. That's the Ergon Pamoja project and Harvesting Health project, where I interacted with different project activities related to water and environment, which I'm glad today I will discuss some of these ones when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that introduction. I'd like to also welcome Sarah Naturinda. Over to you.
Thank you so much, the moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. I'm called Naturinda Sarah. I hold a bachelor's degree in water resources engineering from Bustema University, and I'm part of the 5th cohort under the Mentorship graduate training under Water Resources Institute. I was placed under Water Mission Uganda, which is operating in West Nile, and particularly I was in Rhino Camp, and Water Mission is implementing, is planning, designing and implementing WASH interventions in the humanitarian sector, and through my practice with them, I have gained skills in planning, designing and implementing WASH interventions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Let's hear from Prosi Orishaba.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Orishaba Prosi. I'm a graduate trainee that has been placed with Aid Environment, and I have been working on the Irrigation for Climate Resilience project as a natural resource economist and a health and safety officer. And mainly Aid Environment has been supporting communities within the Mishumba, Chezo and Chabaganda microcatchments in Tungamoro, Rampara and Isinjiro districts to implement afforestation and soil and water conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that brief introduction. I'll give each panelist 3 minutes. Let's go on to deep of this discussion. I want to begin with Deus. Deus, you have spent 1 year doing this training. During your training, what are new knowledge, tools, and technologies did you encounter that you believe could significantly improve the environment and management in Uganda? Over to you, Deus.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm excited to be part of this, and with the background of civil engineering, which I hold, that I obtained from Kavala University, and being able to get a chance to do graduate training, I've been able to interact with different engineering-related activities that I believe, once integrated, they can accelerate water environment through science, technology, and innovation, as capacity building. One of these tools I interacted with was the GIS, digital modeling models, and the EPANET, which mainly we use it in design of irrigation. One of the project activities we are dealing with as Aid Environment Kapchorwa was providing of mini irrigation scheme to farmers to reduce the over-reliance on natural rains. So this was to design an irrigation project that looks at maintaining the environmental flow, but still providing farmers with water without affecting the environment. So this one, those are the tools, the geographical information systems, the EPANET software for pipe network, pressures of water that we use it. Then another project activity was the biogas digesters that the project looks at. The biogas digesters are aimed at reducing the over-reliance on firewood and charcoal. The National Population and Housing Census reported that in Uganda, 64.5% depend on using firewood for cooking, and 28.2% depend on use of charcoal. That amounts to 93%. So, use of biogas digesters can reduce the over-reliance on this. Where do these firewood come from? These firewood come from the forests. They come from trees. And once a tree is cut, then there is climate change. We are now affecting the environment. We know trees are a source of rainfall. So once, if this 95% is used as charcoal and firewood. So looking at providing biogas was now bridging such a gap. So this was providing biogas digesters to farmers through a cost-sharing process where a farmer contributes a given percent and aid environment contributes a given percent. So that was one of the activities. Another activity is we are looking at using the local available materials to make biofertilizer and biopesticide to avoid the over-reliance on synthetic materials. These synthetic fertilizers and pesticides, once it rains, they find themselves in water bodies through runoff. And this one affects the water quality. And this is a resource. And we're looking at how to reduce the water scarcity. So doing that, we are looking at now how can we now reduce now the use of fertilizers. So that's how we came up, using the local available materials, now to come up with biopesticide and biofertilizers. The local available materials, mainly, here we are looking at using cow dung and other plants like Tithonia to make a biopesticide where farmers can use in their gardens, rather than depending on now these manufactured fertilizers and pesticides. So now the pesticides, we are using now materials like onions, using materials like soap, the garlic. So these ones are local available, farmers can access. So this one we did through training the farmers on how to make them, use them in their ratios. So another activity, this was nature-based solution, afforestation. The project of Ergon Pamoja project, which is aimed at integrating the climate resilience in the Mount Elgon region, was now mainly looking at planting over 2,000 trees. So planting 2,000 trees, it means we are creating another water source. So that was another activity that the project was looking at, and I was happy to be part of this, mainly through training, engaging these farmers, telling them how to do them. So it was an eye-opener, and I believe once such activities are scaled up, they can benefit, especially now reducing the reliance I talked about of firewood and now the deforestation. Then there's another component we are looking at, the soil and water conservation structures. That's where we now look at digging trenches. Now, trenches do what? They collect water. Now, these are groundwater recharge points. So once water is collected in such trenches, and now building gabions, the gabion check dams, they reduce runoff water, and this is a ground refuel strategy, and more so, it helps now to reduce this water that runoff, silting that end up in water bodies. So those are some of the components that I believe once scaled up and adopted, they can help in now looking at the environment and water resource protection and management. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that powerful discussion. I've liked the initiatives you have really talked about tree planting and biogas, but I will get back to you. Our next panelist, please use 3 minutes. I would like to invite Sarah Naturinda. From your experience, what innovative approaches or technologies do you think the water and environment sector should prioritize to address the emerging challenges? For example, climate change, water scarcity, and environmental degradation. Over to you.
Thank you so much, the moderator. As I said, I was directly attached to an organization that was implementing WASH interventions, that is water, sanitation, and hygiene. And some of the approaches that I encountered during my training that I feel the Ministry of Water and Environment can prioritize include: one, remote monitoring sensors. Where I was working, they had remote monitoring sensors on different systems. These are solar-powered systems or hybrid systems where you install remote monitoring sensors that are able to give you daily water production without your interventions. Just the data is sent onto the central database or system where you can collect the data and you keep it for future use. And I feel this should be prioritized because we cannot address any challenges without data, and I feel that one of the challenges we have in Uganda is data. Those that have dealt with data is still a challenge in this nation. When you want to do some activities, it is so hard to get data quickly. And so I feel, yes, Ministry of Water is doing something, and they have installed gauging stations on rivers, but I feel this can be scaled up to boreholes and to all these other systems that they have so that they are able to collect data without their interventions. Data just comes directly to their database and they are able to keep it and use it for future use and also to inform decision making. Then the other thing I interacted with was use of digital collection data tools. For example, we're doing water quality testing, but it was in a way that we had phones that you could use to collect the data, and this data is sent into a central system where it is kept over time, that you can be able to trace the trends of water quality in different regions, that you know when you want a region, for example, in this region, you know the challenges that are there, and then you know the interventions to come up with in regards to the data you have, and so those will inform your interventions. Then the other thing I interacted with was capacity building. In these systems, we have what we call water user committees. For example, you're handling a system and maybe you have an engineer, one engineer in a settlement, and this settlement has various zones of various villages, and these systems are very many. And sometimes the engineer is not there all time to, to get the data that this system is broken down, this tap is not working. So what is used with, they form these water user committees, 10 people or 12 people, and these people are trained and they are given basic technical skills. For example, if a tap is broken, can you fix it? Because you don't have to wait for an engineer to fix a tap. And so you select this committee, build their capacity, give them tools, pipe wrenches and taps, that in case of any leakage, you're not going to lose a lot of water because an engineer is not on site. And so I feel this is one thing that can be adopted by the Ministry of Water and Environment and by the government of Uganda, that down there in the villages, we can choose committees that are in charge of these wetlands, that are in charge of this environment, that are going to protect it jealously. For example, these water committees make sure that the water systems are fenced, the water systems are protected, the environment around it is clean. If it's not clean, they are going to lock this system, no, you're not going to get water, and the community will come and clean this system because at the end of the day, they need water. So I feel we need to involve more communities in whatever interventions we are doing, not to do them separate away from them, that they are only receiving a service. And when we involve them, they will appreciate these services and protect them jealously. Then another thing that I interacted with
It's also connected to capacity building, but it's also in terms of involvement of communities. For example, in terms of sanitation, we do sensitization on proper sanitation and hygiene practices, and there's an approach that is used that is called community-led total sanitation, where you involve the community to understand the challenges, to help them appreciate the importances of good sanitation practices and hygiene. And these communities sit down and come up with the local solutions that can address the sanitation challenges. And they also take lead in implementing these ideas that have come with the local solutions. They take lead in implementing them, and you monitor them how they are doing. So I feel this can be also prioritized in the water and environment sector. For example, people are cutting trees, people are building in wetlands, people are farming in wetlands. So if we could involve these communities, tell them what are the advantages and the disadvantages of whatever is being done to the environment, and help them participate in choosing the local solutions that could be done, I feel it will be a better way than you going with a project and you plant trees when you're separating this community away from whatever you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sandra. You've really talked about the yield remoting census of borrows, and I think these are very important in informing the water availability in a community over a given period of time. Ladies and gentlemen, in the building we have our personal secretary for the Ministry of Water and Environment. Let's give him a round of applause. Dr. Alfred Okot, you're most welcome. As we go to our next panel discussant, Orisha Baprosi, how has the graduate trainee contributed to building your capacity as a young professional? Over to you.
Thank you, moderator. The graduate trainee program has contributed in building my capacity as a young professional through giving me a hands-on exposure. Just like I said, aid environment was, or it is still supporting communities to implement afforestation and soil and water conservation. I have got a hands-on experience with how soil and water conservation measures are established. These soil and water conservation measures include percolation pits, trenches, trash lines, bench terraces to capture water runoff and control erosion. Yes, it has also given me a chance to be mentored and to collaborate directly with my supervisors in field to get to know how you can work as a team, to get feedback from your supervisors and know areas that you can improve in. And then also, I have built my capacity as a natural resource economist in terms of engaging in afforestation activities, like knowing that when you are dealing with tree distribution, you need to put the interests of community members first before yours for them to accept your project. And then I have also had an experience with dealing with communities with different ways of life, communities with different beliefs, different ways of understanding, different dynamics, and knowing that you have to first understand your community for you to deliver your service. You need to sit down with them, understand their nature, and know how best you're going to bring your ideas and they buy them. I have also gotten or built my capacity with the health and safety work
yes, from monitoring your workers to ensure their safety, to ensure that they are putting on their personal protective equipment all the time, to dodge incidents, to make sure that you register and report any grievances, to register and report any gender-based violence cases, violence against children cases, yeah, and everything about their issues. I have also learned first aid administration as a health and safety officer during these project activities. Most of all, it has bridged my theoretical knowledge with practice in the field. It has really exposed me to real life challenges. For example, grievance management, dealing with people who are not, maybe you're imposing your activities on them and they are not conversant. You really need to sit down with them, talk to them, tell them that this project or these project activities are in your favor. They are benefiting you. You need to tell them, you teach them, and this has been done through trainings, through stakeholder engagements, through sensitizations on afforestation activities and soil and water conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that powerful discussion. I want to go to Deus. Within 2 minutes or 1 minute, you've really talked about biogas diversities. Most biogas digestives, they fail in a period of less than 2 years after the implementation. Why should we continue investing in these technologies? Over to you. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. I believe the missing point in this, biogases are implemented, but what is the missing point? The missing point, I believe, it is that once these biogases are implemented, they are left to the owners, to the farmers, or to the clients. But what we don't do is now the capacity building. I believe once an organization is implementing such an energy-saving technology, they should also think of building the capacity of the communities. Build the capacity of the communities, how to operate such an investment, how to operate such a biogas digester, so that even when you go, the biogas can still keep operating for up to its design life. One of the challenges is the farmer is not sensitized about what exactly is this biogas solving. But if a farmer is informed that once you use a biogas, we are shifting from use of firewood, we are shifting from use of charcoal, but now looking at the use of the biogas so that we can protect the environment. Avoid these causes changes of things of climate change. So if a farmer is sensitized, it can be, and capacitated, it can be a solution. And I believe another missing point is implementers put up this project and just leave them. I believe if they can put a strategy of making like a 12-month post-implementation strategy, so that once you implement this project, you can still keep monitoring this biogas for at least a period of 1 year. In that period, you are building the capacity of the farmers, you are still showing them how important this technique is. So I believe once that is implemented, these biogases can serve up to their design life, for example, 25 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Going back to Sarah Naturinda, from the approaches you have said, how can the government and the private sector support the innovative approach that the ministry should prioritize?
Thank you so much, the moderator. The government can support these approaches through policy formulation. Ministry of Water and Environment has a part where they issue out permits to water abstractors. So if this is included in the policy formulation, that before you drill a borehole and abstract water, you're to install a remote monitoring sensor that will be sending data directly to the Ministry of Water and Environment, to its database, which is WEMIS. And so it can do this through policy formulation, that before you drill a borehole, you're going to install this remote monitoring sensor that is going to send your daily water production to the Ministry of Water, so that they are able to they are able to track your records over time. And then the private sector can support these approaches through manufacturing actually these systems and making them available on the market. Then also the non-government organizations can support these approaches through training of communities, empowering communities, capacity buildings of these communities through trainings. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. At this juncture, I would like to give to the audience 2 minutes for any questions to our panelists. 2 questions. In case there are no questions, I would like to give a chance to our panelists to give us their closing remarks within like 1 minute. 1 minute is enough. I'll begin with Prosi. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, moderator. First and foremost, I would like to recommend on how maybe we can strengthen the capacity for our future trainees. Yes, we could have a rotational exposure where graduate trainees get to move through different organizations that are having different projects, so that they can have more skills and widen their work experience. So, and then next we could have advanced training modules, like including aspects of occupational health and safety and conflict resolution in this graduate trainee program. Then we could also have practical innovation challenges, whereby the youth are brought together, they are given real life challenges and given a period of time to be creative, innovative, and come up with ideas and technologies that can solve those problems. This could be something that could be used for policy formulation or advising on decision making for the government. Then we could also have designed research tools, or rather data collection tools, that could give anonymity to the graduate trainee to talk about their experience, because I believe in honesty and like being truthful when your identity is hidden. I feel like when your identity is known, you don't get to be honest enough. Yes, so that would be used as an evaluation tool. Then we could also have follow-ups made on whether our graduate trainees have been attached to projects that are in line with their professional fields. And otherwise, I would like to extend my gratitude to my supervisors from Aid Environment. I would like to thank Aid Environment as the whole organization for having me support them on the Irrigation for Climate Resilient project and widening my work experience. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment and the Water Resources Institute for coming up with this initiative to give fresh graduates a chance to expand their work experience. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you so much. Those would like to hear from you. Please use 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I think as we conclude, we should just go with two or three questions. Because we cannot have water security on degraded landscapes. We cannot have climate resilience when forests, wetlands, and other natural water sources are not protected. Because, for example, biogas built, it serves forests. But more so, farmers are now protected from now inhaling these other smoke they get from houses. For example, a trench built, a gabion built, it makes water seep into the soil. That is now adding water in underground water, recharging it. And more so, now it saves deterioration of water due to water and sediment that run off. Mainly, I want to thank the organization, Ministry of Water and Environment, the Water Resource Institute, for such a great opportunity that have helped me to bridge a gap from theoretical to real-life experience, because I interacted with the design of irrigation, trusted to design using the software tools. I was really glad. And I want to thank Aid Environment for such an opportunity and trust they gave us, especially in community engagement. Doing real training, it has really been great, interacting with the teams and facing the real-life challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are going to hear from Sarah. Over to you.
Thank you so much, the moderator. This program gave me a platform to apply my theoretical knowledge to practice, and it made me realize how much you can save a life. It is so amazing to see someone smile while getting water on that tap after a day of not seeing water, and you know they are desperate on how they are going to get water, and that informed me that these professions are not just professions, but they are beyond professions. They are to serve humanity and to save lives and to give hope to people. And I want to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment for this program through the Water Resources Institute. I want to thank UNHCR, UNICEF, and all partners that have made this possible. I want to thank Water Mission Uganda, which gave me a platform to learn and gave me the skills and the knowledge. And I want to pray that this will continue, but even it will grow bigger to take on more and more people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I think that's the end of our discussion. But before I officially end it, I would like to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment, our partners from UNHCR and other partners. Thank you so much for this program. And I think for me, the conversation, our discussion about this water and environment, the future of water and environment sustainability is not only in policies, but also in communities. And I think there is still hope we can use our skills and knowledge to conserve the environment. Thank you so much for coming through, and thank you for attending. I think I can end the conversation from here. You can take back your seats. Over to you, my question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, our panelists. You can take your seats. Thank you, Joette. Ladies, this thing was, and gentlemen, this thing was organized solely by the graduates. We had no input. We didn't tell them what to discuss. We didn't tell them who to choose. So really, a round of applause to these people. Like Simon said, the door is open. Right now, I would like to invite Engineer Dominic Musinguzi to invite the Permanent Secretary. Engineer.
Our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary, dignitaries, graduates, ladies and gentlemen, what we have witnessed today is a clear testament of how theory meets practice. You have seen how the discussants, the panelists have shared their experience and put their knowledge, what they learned in school, into practice, sort of real-world issues. And I believe, I hope, the knowledge you have gained, you go out there and utilize it. I thank the partners for making this one possible. The Water Resources Institute, thank you much for organizing this. At this time, may I now take the opportunity to invite our permanent secretary to address us.
Thank you, Engineer Dominic, the Deputy Head of Public Service in charge of performance and service delivery, represented by Ms. Julius Kermijo, the representative of UNHCR, the UNICEF country representative, the representative of the partners who are supporting our graduate trainees, development partners, civil society organizations, academia, private sector, colleagues from the Ministry of Water and Environment, our esteemed graduates of the 5th Cohort Mentorship Placement Program of the Ministry of Water and Environment, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are celebrating graduate trainees who have successfully completed 1 year mentorship, internship, placement program of the 5th cohort. The Water Resources Institute of the Ministry is operationalizing its strategic plan. And one of the key areas is mentorship, internship, placement and attachment of fresh graduates and early career professionals to the partner organizations and stakeholders, with the aim of providing them with an opportunity to put into practice the skills and knowledge they have acquired in school. This program supplements the ongoing fresh graduate internship program we have been running for over 30 years, which unfortunately takes on a few fresh graduates and deploy them in the Ministry of Water and Environment departments and projects. Between 2019 and 2021, UNHCR, through Oxfam, piloted the graduate trainee program in Southwest with considerable success. This success story interested other partners such as Water Mission Uganda, Samizi, LWF, Devish and Shatliff, Aid Environment, Water Aid, Water for People, Engineers Without Borders, and others. Eventually, this led to the establishment of the Water and Environment Mentorship, Internship, and Placement Program in 2022. The program was officially launched in 2024 during the Uganda Water and Environment Week. This program is being implemented by the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resources Institute in partnership with a number of partner organizations. The Mentorship, Internship, and Placement Program focuses on female and male professionals in all fields related to water, environment, and climate change, such as social scientists, economists, engineers, hydrogeologists, hydrologists, chemists, biochemists, foresters, and environmentalists. Given the need for integration and holistic management and the development of the water and environment resources, all disciplines are therefore relevant and are included in the program. The aforementioned mentorship program has had a great impact on the graduate trainees and partner organizations. Since its inception, we have graduated 175 trainees. This therefore necessitates recognizing its contribution, celebrating the achievements, and dialogue to promote it further. Today, the Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Water Resource Institute and its partners, UNHCR, Samizi, Water Mission, Aid Environment, Water Aid, Allied, Water for People, and LWF is holding graduation ceremony of the 5th cohort, comprised of 45 graduate trainees who successfully completed 12 months training under this program. This mentorship program is supported with funds from UNHCR, UNICEF, Austrian Development Agency, and the government of Uganda through my ministry. However, the challenges before us are evolving rapidly, from changing climate patterns to increasing demand on natural resources. The need for innovative skilled and committed professionals has never been greater. This is why initiatives like this program are so important, as they bridge the gap between academic knowledge and real-world practice. I wish to commend all the institutions and partners who have contributed to making this program a success. Your investment in young people is an investment in sustainable development and long-term national resilience. To the graduates, today marks the beginning of a new chapter. You are stepping into the world that requires not just competence, but creativity, adaptability, and above all, integrity. The knowledge and experience you have gained here place you in a unique position to influence change, whether in public service, private sector, or humanitarian work. What we have heard from the panelists tells you the quality that has evolved over the last 12 months. And would like to say thank you for all those who mentored and supported you. In closing, I congratulate the graduates once again, appreciate all the partners for their continued collaboration, and reaffirm our collective commitment to developing a skilled and dedicated workforce that will support not just the water and environment sector, but across all other sectors in the country. To the graduates, I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. Those who will continue, those who will be absorbed with us, you're most welcome. Those who are journeying and taking opportunities elsewhere, we wish you the best. With this, it is now my pleasure to invite the representative of the Deputy Head of Public Service in charge of Performance and Service Delivery, Mr. Julius Keremijo, to come and deliver your address, and thereafter award the certificates. So you can deliver the speech and then award the certificates.
The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, Mr. Alfred Okoto Kidi, the UNHCR representative in Uganda, the UNICEF representative, heads of various government agencies, commissioners in the Ministry of Water and Environment, representatives of the development partners, representatives of civil society, private sector, academia, and professional bodies, staff of the relevant government agencies and partner organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julius Victor Nkeramihigo. I am the Permanent Secretary in charge of Government Policy Coordination in the Office of the Prime Minister. But here I am presenting the Deputy Head of Public Service in charge of Performance Management and Service Delivery, Madam Jane Mwesiga, who has not been able to make it, but she felt it quite important to be part of this undertaking and requested me to represent her. So part of what I will communicate is what she wanted me to communicate, but I will also take this opportunity to chip in as the person responsible for coordinating government policy across the entire public service, to also say a few words that I think could be useful to all of us gathered here, and especially to the young people who are graduating today. So it gives us great pleasure and honor to officiate at the graduation ceremony of the 5th cohort of the Water and Environment Mentorship, Internship and Placement Program. You all know that water and environmental resources are key strategic resources, vital in sustaining life, promoting development, and maintaining the environment. That is why there is a common saying, which I started hearing decades ago, that water is life. I don't know whether you can also say the other way, that life is water. So, but water, particularly, and the environment generally, important as they are facing many risks, many stresses arising from the high population growth rate, industrialization, climate change, and irresponsible actions by all of us citizens. The one who wrote this statement is a very diplomatic person and wanted to call them irresponsible actions by all of us. But I would want to add even criminal actions by some people. Because some of the actions that we see, the assault on our environmental resources, in a number of respects is criminal, not simply irresponsibility. So, building the next generation of WASH and humanitarian leaders with experiences and integrity for sustainable development and improved livelihood for the population of our motherland is a very important step in the right direction. It also supports our Uganda's 10 growth strategy and in general the National Development Plan number 4, which we are implementing now. I have been informed that since its piloting in 2019, the WASH mentorship program has mentored 175 graduates, both male and female. And here you are doing very well because you are gender sensitive. 105 females and 70 males. So you are establishing the balance. With support from UNHCR, UNICEF, Oxfam Uganda, Water Mission, and SAMIZI, Lutheran World Federation, Aid Environment, Water for People, Water Aid Uganda, and other partners. We want to thank all of them. To our esteemed graduates, we congratulate you upon completion of your mentorship exercise. But this should not be the end. The sky is the limit. I have seen all of you are very young people. Where you are is where some of us were 35 years ago. So, keep the fire burning. So I express my admiration for you because you made the correct decision to join the Water and Environment Mentorship and Internship Placement Program, which is a very good program indeed. And on this note, I would like to thank all those partners that have supported this endeavor. UNHCR, UNICEF, Water Mission, SAMIZI, LWF, Water for People, Aid Environment, Water Aid, and all the other partners who have continuously supported this program since it was piloted. Now, in the broader scheme of things, water is a key service. And I'm representing the Deputy Head of Public Service in charge of performance management and service delivery. And she requested me to emphasize that in delivering this service, it is important to mind about how well you are performing in measurable terms. And our emphasis is that measurable terms means there is a yardstick. You are expected to deliver certain deliverables as enshrined in the National Development Plan, and the time will come when some checking will be done to assess whether you are doing well or not very well. So it is important, therefore, for all of us, not only the graduates of today, that we take keen interest in what is our Lubimbi, if I can use His Excellency's word. As the water sector ministry fraternity, what is our Lubimbi in the National Development Plan? And how have we captured it in our 5-year strategic plans? And now we are doing our second financial year's budget under the 4th National Development Plan. How did we take care of water and other environmental concerns in the first budget of the first financial year under NDP4, which is ending in July, at the end of June? And how, because the emphasis is coming from this backdrop, and I hope you are aware of this. All the performance evaluation reports under NDP 1, 2, 3, we are now at stage 4. Our performance as a country, not as the water sector, as a public service actually, is in all those 3 respects, NDP 1, 2, 3, 4, below 30%. Actually, the most recent was 19%. Now you all have been to school. If you recall that time, whether it was in a P2, wherever, when you got 30%, maybe you played too much football and you got 30%. Tell me whether you carried that report to mama or daddy at home. Probably you threw away that report, or hid it. 30%. We have not, under NDP 1, 2, 3, we have not gone beyond 30%. From the citizen's perspective, out of the 100 I expect from you, you are giving me 30. You are either refusing or neglecting or failing to give me 70. So how do I rate you? That is important. And this cuts across the board. So that's one area she wanted us to emphasize. 2, we sit in these conference halls and boardrooms and deliberate, speak a lot of good English, impressive ideas. How are we faring on the ground? The civic competence among the Wananchi is rising. They ask all sorts of questions. Sometimes when you are telling them certain things, they say, look, what you are saying is not what we see. And some of these concerns include, for example, how are we conserving or preserving, whichever word is appropriate, our key natural water resources? We have 2 treasures for which we are renowned the world over. They are actually our heritage. The Lake Victoria, it is even called Lake Victoria because somebody, a queen of a certain very powerful nation, decided that it should be named after her because of the kind of treasure that it is. How safe is it? The other one is the River Nile. When you go around the Lake Victoria and you ask yourself a question, how many years at that rate, how many years will it last at that rate? And the River Nile, people are still cultivating up to the water mark, up to the water point. People now, industries are releasing their waste, including sewage and other chemical forms of waste, into the water. It is happening there. we all stay in Kampala here. Because one time I was asked that question. They said, naye mwabakulu ba government bino temubiraba along the northern bypass. That wetland, I'm told it is, what you see at the northern bypass is a connection of a very long and expansive wetland which drains, I think, into the Lake Victoria or something. I remember about a year or so ago, NEMA tried to say, you people, the irresponsible users, get out. I don't know where that one ended. Because when I pass there, I see people still very busy, active, enjoying themselves. Where did the rain start beating us? This is comparable to the border menace, a situation where law breakers come and start breaking the law, you see them and you keep quiet. A year passes, a decade passes. Then you realize it is driving us to a crisis, you come and say, I'm enforcing, get out. By acquiescence, they believe it is now their right to be there, so they put up a fight. And when they put up a fight, you also recline. And you become what I would call a weak regulator. That's what I was telling my brother in the NEM. I said, by so doing, you become a weak regulator. You are not different from the traffic policeman who is stopping a motorist to ask whether she has a driving permit, but where he's being knocked by border riders who are climbing pavements in their hundreds. What are you enforcing? And we all live in Kampala. They say, check all the wetlands. Isn't it an indictment? Are we doing well? Let's benchmark and see what other people do. I thought, really, if you are breaking the law and I come, I will say stop and you must stop. How does a state fail to enforce law? That people with impunity, actually the word is impunity, can go assault the Lake Victoria, assault the River Nile, assault all the wetlands, and then we are here saying we shall have water, sustainable water supply. Is that going to be possible? There used to be this term, rain-fed agriculture. So one time my auntie asked me, she said, which agriculture is not rain-fed? I said, some other people do irrigation and what. He said, that water which they use for irrigation comes from where? I said, well, it's not necessarily rain. I said, no. At the end of the day, probably all that water comes from rain, one way or the other. It is the rain which replenishes. So how is that rain going to be sustainable to replenish your water supply? If we are as lenient, let me use that word, as lenient as we seem to be. So, what I commend to you all of it, we encourage these kinds of undertakings, these kinds of arrangements. They take us strides ahead, but there are also areas where we must tighten the bolts and tighten the nuts. And I want to tell you that one you will be asked, how much are you doing against the things that I've mentioned about? Because at the end of the day, it's about intergenerational equity. You are the ones who talk about these terms. Will our grandchildren enjoy quality and quantity water the way we have enjoyed it up to this time? Are you sure? So, the ball is in your court. I leave it to you. And on that note, I would like to stop here. Thank the organizers, thank the participants, and congratulate most heartily the graduates of the day. Thank you very much.
we are going to award certificates to the graduates, and I will ask I request the coordinator of the Water Resources Institute to take the lead in this. We shall call your name, you will come over here and receive your certificate and shake a hand with the guest of honor and the PS. We are starting with Choi Hirwe Hilda. Okero Gloria Chinda can also be following. Ramaka Oliver. That's a picture you need to put in your sitting room. Ramaka Oliver. Waiswa Abel. Waiswa Abel. Muhindo Hirare. Waiswa Abel, you are not around. Muhindo Hirare. Kansime Philip. Kansime Philip. Pamushaba Angela. Ogwang Isaac. Ogwang Isaac. Ampurire Brennan. Umazavia Tabu. Omony Emmanuel. Ongom Brian. Namara Shira. Providence Patience. Providence Patience. Owori Maureen. Simwende Ivan. Kenza Miriam Arbright. Achakit Betty. Odong Francis. Odong Francis. Akao Chiyama. Akao Shiyama. Akero Tina. Akero Tina. Takua Perus. Takua Perus. Harriet, Yekwaso Charles, Yekwaso Charles, Gumoshabe Joet, Wahu, Gumoshabe Joet, Naturinda Sarah, Ariatha Victor, Ariatha Victor, Opiro Emaru Joshua, Opio Emaru Joshua, Odonganam Oscar, Donganam Oscar, Faura Tracy, Chirabo Bibian, Chivira Chivira Iga, Chivira Iga, Choncho Vian, Binomugisha Deus, Ruchamus Raymond, Ruchamus Raymond, Orishaba Prosi, Orishaba Prosi, Tendo Catherine Daniela, Tendo Catherine, Omona Edwin, Omona Edwin, Wise Waber once again. I think that's all. Yes.
The organizations are the one who take them, but they are not being
May I also now at this opportunity invite all the organizations or partners who have been training our graduates to come over here for a group photo.
Thank you. We appreciate, and certainly performance is one of the issues that will define service delivery, and I thank the Deputy Head, and you really say we are very appreciative of our role and what she's doing. And then this, can I get the second bag? Where's the second bag? Yes, I want the second bag for him. Thank you. Okay, thank you, sir.
Our partners, let's be moving forward for a group photo. You are not a partner. After this, we are bringing the trainees in. Yeah. our partners, thank you for the job well done. With your certificates and a big smile. Some of you can be behind. All of them. Okay, you can be behind on the platform. Hold your certificates, put on a big smile. This is a big achievement. Can you, some of you can come probably down here. And from this side, is it okay? Every graduation ends with a cake. Graduation without a cake is no graduation, so let's have the cake. A very beautiful cake. All of you come here so that you are part of the cake cutting. Let's leave that place clear so that we can have good photos. This is the 5th cohort. We shall count from 5 to 1. We cut 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I've been reminded John Walker is down at the entrance, having a 24-hour stand for fundraising for Karamoja, water for Karamoja. I would encourage participants to pass there and take a photo and publicize it that we will be there. That's how we shall pass on the message. And after we have enjoyed the cake, don't leave, we have a cocktail. We need to celebrate. And as we prepare to go for the cocktail, I wish to remind you about tomorrow. The Water Week celebration is still going on. Tomorrow we shall be looking at theme number 3, which is ensuring environmentally sustainable and climate resilient economies and communities, incomes and livelihood. So I encourage you to come early and be here by 9. We shall have very experienced keynote speakers and panelists take us through. After that, we shall have panel sessions. And I think it aligns very well with the kind of training you have been going through, listening even to the testimonies, the experiences that have been shared. Now we need the cocktail.